Yo, new intro. Who this? What's up, guys? How's it hanging? It was a good day, considering. Mm, I was perma working and still didn't do much, so that is good. Yeah, what else can I say, dude? It is rough times right now. Our day by day. So we're gonna try and play Left 4 Dead, Red Dead Redemption. I did a bunch to fix the lags, and we're gonna try. So, of course, I'm so convinced that we're not gonna crash anymore. I yanked everything to Ultra, to Gigamax Ultra, and we're gonna try that first. And if we crash, we're gonna switch from Vulkan to DirectX 12. And if that crashes, we're gonna try and lower the quality. But yeah, did a bunch of stuff with the folders and new all kinds of files, copy pasted a bunch of stuff, then it didn't work, then I had to redo the thing, and then I had to reinstall this and that, and yeah, we'll see. It looks pretty stable right now. I did a benchmark as well, and the benchmark before would crash, and this time it didn't crash. So that is quite good. And then tomorrow it's gonna be Saturday, and on the weekends we're gonna play The Last of Us. I think we got pretty far in The Last of Us, like we're almost at the midpoint, if not even past. So it's gonna be interesting. As I said, dude, it's a little bit of a rough time right now. I woke up depressed. I'm still depressed. And yesterday, I almost went to bed depressed, whereas though the rest of the week of this week, I went to bed with okay mind. Yesterday was rough. But yeah, put up a new video for the laser vlog. As you see, I got the jizz all in my face. I'm under many painkillers, so the pain is almost gone. It feels amazing. I haven't been this pain-free in a long time. Very much enjoying it right now. And the doctor said I should take the pain meds for another 2 weeks and actually increase the dosage, which I am at the minimum right now, and the minimum is working, so I'm not gonna increase. But we could, if I feel fancy. So that is what is happening right now. Also, I am currently cooking. It's already done. I just have to like watch a little bit the simmer because I'm making some meat sauce for pasta later. I put some wine in there. Wine and painkillers go well in hand in hand, so I thought why not? Yeah. Brr. Let's ask my waifu what she thinks. How long I should let it sit. Hello, my love. Hello, hello.
How can I help you today?
So I'm cooking meat sauce right now. I put some ground beef, salt, pepper, paprika, a little bit of garlic powder. Also, I added red wine, and now I added tomato sauce. It's currently simmering. How long should I let it cook for the best result?
Let it simmer for at least 30 minutes to let the flavors meld together. If you can, letting it cook for about an hour or more on low heat will make it even richer.
Oh,
Enjoy your sauce.
An hour or more. Okay.
Yes, the longer it simmers, the better it gets. Just keep an eye on it and stir occasionally.
All right,
Enjoy
thank you.
cooking.
Oh shit, did you guys hear her with an echo? I'm sorry. Man, my face is so itchy. Oh, I really want to scratch. This side is making me crazy. Just want to clean my earbuds real quick. So yeah, I uploaded part 3 of the laser my face. And it's me just talking about how shit went down. I think I forgot to mention a few little details, but it's good enough. And part 4 is gonna come out next week, basically like the final thing. And then I'm gonna make like some updates a few months in.
John Cena.
Right, let's have a look here real quick.
Next to the most giant, freakish man I've ever seen. That's Marcus Rule. You can see him. This is wide as a house.
Marcus got some body parts. Holy crap.
Marcus insane. Insane.
Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength. I've been a long-time professor of exercise and sports science. I am a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. That's Brazilian. And I'm a competitive bodybuilder, and I lift things, and I teach people about how to lift and eat and all that stuff. But I am but a small child in this world because there have been rumors, dare I say whispers, of mass monsters from deep in our dark bodybuilding past. JK, it wasn't that long ago. Just a few years back, there was a monster that roamed the earth, and his name was Marcus Rule. And so I'm gonna get my Arnold impression going and probably do most of this video in the impression because there's only ever been one German-speaking bodybuilder that's the best. Me, Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right, let's see this Marcus Rule fella. Go.
Marcus Rule was one of the biggest freaks ever.
He made everyone look small.
Yikes. He big. Ronnie sees him. He big as hell. What am I supposed to do about this? Just kidding. 8 Mr. Olympians later.
Even Jay Cutler.
Him next to Jay Cutler's a trip. Jay is definitely thicker and stockier, but Marcus got some body parts. Holy crap.
Marcus never had the chest,
Ronnie
but
Coleman.
look at his most muscular.
Yeah, compares
Look
well
at this.
to the best. So Marcus Rule competed typically in the 270 to 280s pounds range on stage. He was about like 5'10", I think, 5'11". So insanely large. And he had so much muscle in his upper back and chest and shoulders. I just don't know how he really lived his life because there's a lot of like movement you can't do anymore.
What a
let's
freak, dude.
take a look at his training. Let's take a look at maybe Scott, is there any diet in here?
At the very end, there's a really fun diet thing.
Excellent.
These are
Thunfisch, protein shake. Hi, I'm Marcus Rule from Germany. I'm 27 years old.
27 years old. He sounds way less like Arnold and way more like European guy, doesn't he, Scott?
yeah.
And so, you know, bodybuilding is very serious for me, but every now and again, I'll smoke a cigarette. He, by the way, smokes cigarettes, I think still does. And this is very cool. I drive a Volkswagen. This is a people's car. It's nothing too major. And I really care about the environment. But in any case, I'm about 125 kilos. So that is how the Europeans live life. It's okay, American, you take things so seriously. Relax a little bit.
And I do bodybuilding since 9 years ago.
Damn, 9 years and voila. This is actually young Marcus Rule. Scott, you really dug into this shit, huh?
We have the full swath of ages from him.
I love it.
The key to build these big muscles are hard training,
I can't get enough of the word muscles. Yes, your muscles are in your body, and they're pretty European as well. All right, what's the key? Hard training. Okay, what else?
good eat, and I live bodybuilding every day. I do 2 times a day.
2 times a day workout. All right, Jared Feather.
I train hard and heavy, and I live bodybuilding every day because I sleep a lot, I live good, drink no alcohol, no smoking, and
No smoking. Come on, Marcus, you gotta lighten up a little bit. Yeah, alcohol sucks. Alcohol is antithetical to gains. It is really, really bad for muscle growth because it directly chemically inhibits muscle growth. It also prevents really good sleep and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, the alcohol stuff is really wise. Like, why am I saying this? A lot of guys will want to be Marcus's size, and they'll say, "Damn, that guy's huge. How do I get there?" Like, well, you actually have to live your life like a machine and think about training and recovery, and that's just kind of it.
A little red wine in the sauce is fine.
But a lot of people don't have time to have pecs that big anyway.
and that's good for me. I can do better workout, and it's better for the muscles. You can sleep enough, you can do more workout, harder and heavier ever I can.
Dude, great technique, huh? Amazing technique on the lateral raises. Really, really good control. This is, I think, just pump work for the camera. I don't think he's really training. He typically trains a lot harder than this. But sometimes guys do pump work and their technique still sucks. I also love the pec striations in every conceivable part of his body. That's kind of dope. But yeah,
He's
great lateral raise
insane.
technique, slow and controlled, nice and high, full range of motion, no swinging. This is really good stuff.
I can build more muscles and bigger muscles now.
Holy. How do I get my mid back to look like that? Ooh, this is interesting. This is very recent. This is older Marcus. This is a real clever way to do lat pull downs. You know, sometimes you get into these gyms, and this is clearly like kind of a hotel gym situation, and there's not like an actual lat pull down situations. There's like a cable tricep push down thing, and then if you wheel in a bench and set up the angle, you can play with a variety of different angles to see if it's a higher or lower angle that hits your lats better. And this is quite a good way of training. I've done this before. I don't love it. I get weird like at the very bottom, my legs start to shift or my center of gravity shifts, but this is a fine way to do them. Ooh, dude, some underhand lat pull downs can feel fire every now and again. I really can't hate them at all. A great way to do the setup as well. Scott, what are those laying down there? Oh, snap. Versa grips. Yeah, Versa grips would be great for an exercise like this and a bunch of these other exercises. I think Marcus uses them throughout his training career. The big deal with Versa grips is like, they're not magical. Well, okay, they're sort of magical. They are just doing one thing. They are a grip assistance device. So you wrap them around any barbell or dumbbell, and you wrap them tight and then cinch your hand over them. Once that happens, it's such a high friction material that they're using that your grip is unlikely to even feel like it's loosening up in most cases. And it's almost certainly not going to just let go. And that gives you 2 things. The ability to do more reps and not be limited by your
I don't think he's
which
sponsored by
means
them.
that
He
you get
always
really, really close to failure for the actual
elaborates
target muscle
so
like
much.
your lats and aren't just
Let's see
letting
if
go
they
because
are
you want
finally
to.
sponsored.
But it also gives you the confidence that your grip is a non-issue, which is a big deal because from a central drive perspective, having the confidence that your grip won't let go actually makes you try harder for the target muscle, get even further into that failure window. And in addition to that, it also allows you to connect with that muscle more and really practice really good technique and that mind-muscle connection. Because if you're desperately clinging on with the tips of your fingers, all of your mental energy, or a lot of it, goes to like, just don't let go. Oh no, yeah, and pull it down, I guess. But if you're cinched in with versus, and you know your grip's going nowhere, you can stop thinking about your grip in large regard and start thinking about taking the tip of your elbow and driving it down towards your hip, and start envisioning your lats contracting and billowing in, and then envisioning them stretching and pulling and getting a super awesome stretch at the bottom under heavy load. Connecting with your muscles like that can be an advantage if they're a weak point you're really trying to get into it, or if you have trouble connecting with it anyway. And so VersaGrips, not only do they let you do more reps, not only do they let the grip completely out of the equation, but it's that confidence in your grip and that ability to focus on the target muscle. That's one of those little minor benefits of VersaGrips that really pays the bills. And because VersaGrips costs $1 trillion, you're gonna need that shit because you're not gonna have any money for your bills. I'm kidding. They're actually quite reasonably priced, and we've got a whole code and a link in the description for you guys to buy. We do have custom RP branded VersaGrips, yes?
Oh.
We sure do. Give those a look. Ooh. I've actually never seen anyone do one-arm rows like this. Typically, people will prop their arm up, or they'll prop up on just their own knee. A lot of times people will do two-arm chest-supported rows, where they do one dumbbell in each hand. This is kind of a cool combo of chest support and dumbbell row. This is really neat. It allows him to get a full stretch. It doesn't allow for as much body English and whacking and waving. He's got his hand on the other hook there, securing. I hope he doesn't pull that out by accident because he's taking a fall. But this is really kind of neat. I like it. I would suggest you guys give this a shot. I might give it a shot. Yeah, notice he's controlling all the way through that bottom and taking some time. He's not pulsing out of the bottom. He's actually resting in the bottom, so to speak, gathering his strength for another rep. But just by resting in the bottom like that, there's nothing helping him. His muscles in the back are being tensed greatly under a huge amount of load, and that adds muscle growth. This is a very good technique. Oh, yeah, whatever. 4-plate shoulder press to the chin. God damn. You guys, one does not simply. And by the way, just to illustrate a point of when you have some big muscles, they take over everything, his chest is also working. High incline press, he's arched and his pecs look just billowed out. They're accepting a ton of that tension. I love it. It's like no matter what Marcus Roll does, chest is somehow involved. I would typically say that it's probably a good idea for him to go lower. Because there's more growth down there. But when dealing with someone Marcus Roll size, I have to ask if it's even possible for him mobility-wise. Maybe. But maybe the reality is he's going just about as low as his joints can take because his muscles are so big, he's so bound up, he can't go any lower. That may very well be a thing. So again, a little bit of reverence of, yeah, for you folks watching at home, go all the way down to the top of your chest, almost every single time. But if you're so gigantic that your muscles get in the way, that might not be a reality for you. Oh, beautiful. Look at that control. So you need VersaGrips for this because you cannot overhand hold something for that long. This is great. So you'll notice he has a hand on a hip just to get the hand out of the way and get some balance going. He's coming in front of his body to get that nasty stretch on the shoulders, and he's controlling all the way through, and he's coming up nice and high to get that full range of motion. Marcus Roll knows how to fucking train, man. Brutal. I can't see his shoulders, though, because they were camouflaged. So interesting push down style. Let me talk about this. He's pushing out with really flared elbows, which means he's also using a lot of chest. And people would say, well, look, push downs, you got to click your elbows in and you got to push down in front of you. And that's totally true. Getting your elbows in oftentimes cues only tricep activity. But if you can use more chest volume, if that's in your plan to be able to accept that kind of fatigue, you'll notice that there's biomechanically no good reason to discount this exercise. You say, how would we discount this exercise? What would we say that's bad about it? Well, he's using his chest. Okay, fine. But look, you use your glutes during squatting. We're not saying it's bad for your quads. So let's re-architect our position to be like, okay, what is the target muscle doing? The target muscle is producing a ton of force. Notice how deep of a stretch he's in at the very top. His forearm is touching his bicep. His tricep is at a maximum position of tension, and that's really good. The elbow flare is just bringing in the chest, but it's not taking the triceps away. And notice he doesn't have a wide grip. He's a very narrow grip. And so at the very top here, you can get a ton of stretch on the tricep. A lot of times pro bodybuilders are so big, this is the only variant they can actually do, because people would say to Marcus, well, tuck your elbows in. You guys seen how big his back is? Where the fuck is he supposed to put them shits? In reality, sometimes this is a much more comfortable way to train for these huge guys and a way that they can produce the most force. And because if you look at the mechanics of it, the tricep is still getting tons of tension. The chest is helping quite a bit, no big deal. So if you allot for that chest volume and fatigue in your program, this is a great way to do tricep pushdowns. And if you're looking for a variation, this is something to try for sure.
Stop touching my cord. It's my weight, not yours. And I know you're very beautiful and muscular at the same time, and so German and blonde, but stop it. No.
Folks, there's still more video to come. We have a members area with a longer, less cut, more uncut version of this video where you can get some cool insights, and there's tons of other videos available there, tons of other resources in our members section. It costs a little bit of money, but I think it's worth it. Give it a shot, click around, hit that membership subscribe
I wish I was
button,
rich, dude. I would
let's get back to the video.
fucking give them all my money.
Yeah, I really like what
RP
Marcus is
is so
doing
good.
is he pulses the concentric. The lockout gets a pulse. He's not squeezing it. And at the top, he's slowing down and even pausing for a split second and then going. That means he's maximizing the amount of tension he's experiencing at the stretch, which is probably the best way to grow muscle. A lot of people are into that peak contraction where like you finish a set of pushdowns or a set of assisted dips or dip machine like he's using, and they really squeeze it. It turns out the squeezing's been studied pretty well, and gee whiz, it absolutely grows muscle, but stimulus to fatigue ratio-wise, it probably doesn't grow as much muscle as getting a big stretch. So there's something there, his technique working quite well. Another thing people might observe about Marcus's physique is that his biceps are really big, but his triceps are not concomitantly large, like they're a weak point for him. And Marcus really, I read I think Flex Magazine or Muscular Development Magazine article about him a long time ago during his prime, where he said something that really stuck with me, and I'd like to share it with you guys. I'm paraphrasing here, but this is the general gist. They basically asked him like, hey, like, what's up with your triceps? Like, have you tried XYZ to bring up your triceps? And he had this kind of real talk moment where he was like, yes, I've tried high reps, I've tried low reps, I've tried low volume, I've tried high volume, I've tried all the exercises you can think of, I've tried all the different cadences, and my triceps just are really resistant to growth. I train my chest and it grows no matter what. I train my triceps and it's just not a lot happens. And he's actually injured, I think, one or both of his triceps because he was pushing it so hard and they were so under recovered. But he's also tried doing less and getting them to recovery. This is just a statement of the following. Genetics is a big deal. And when some muscle of yours has not so great genetics, let me tell you a really easy way in which this could happen. Two things. One, your muscle doesn't have a lot of actual muscle cells in it as compared to others. So while the cells individually can grow, they don't multiply. And so you're kind of stuck with a certain number of cells. If you don't have a lot of muscle cells, the potential for growth is limited. And then if you have satellite cells close to the muscle cells that infiltrate and help add even more kind of volume to that area, add more nuclei and make the cells bigger, if you have a huge satellite cell pool that gets refreshed really often, then you're into some really good long-term growth. If your satellite cell pool and responsiveness isn't very high and you don't have a lot of muscle fibers, small muscle cells to begin with, man, like there's just not a ton you could be doing with even the steroids in the world to get the biggest triceps that you can. And if you have other muscles like Marcus's traps, his chest, his delts,
my triceps is so small because of that.
Genetics are individual to the muscle as well as systemically, then there's just not anything you can realistically do to match those better muscles. And so it's easy for us, and for sure for me as
I think I just want a bigger triceps
to
now.
say, oh, we're doing that wrong, I'm a professor. That's nice. But it's easy for us to say, well, you know, his triceps are small because, but hasn't he tried blah? And here's the thing. It's easy for us to say, and it's also valid because we could be right. He could have not tried something. We could
after this
have collectively or
which is going to go for 3 more months. We're going to cut one more time, and then
there needs to be, as I've gotten older and maybe wiser, I don't know, the illusion of wisdom has set in. There's a reverence I have for the fact that people who do things professionally, especially, and who've been at it for decades, like Marcus, you can assume they've tried a lot. I'm not saying they've tried it all. I'm not saying they're 100% correct, but don't go in there and be like, triceps are small. I can tell you why, because X, Y, Z. But do you really know that? Because you look at their Instagrams and TikToks and YouTubes, you have no idea what they do day in their life. You have no idea what they've tried before. So anytime someone asks a person who's really excited about lifting and have been lifting for 2 years and read a lot of PubMed, hey, how can you improve this bodybuilder's technique? They're like, 50 different ways. They should try this. They should do that. They should do that. That's wrong. And then you try to talk to someone who is more advanced and who's been around a lot and is very scientific and all that stuff, but has coached a lot of people, have coached themselves for a long time, have watched the sport. And you go, hey, what's this guy doing? Usually the response is more like, you know, I'm going to need to learn a little bit more about them. I want to talk to them about what they've tried, what they haven't tried, because they're probably the world's expert in their own body. And you can be an effective consultant to them, but like any good consultant, before you just tell people to do things, you got to get a lot of what they've tried before. Because if you said, look, I did 3 years where I did 40 sets for my triceps per week, and I saw no appreciable gains over doing like 20 sets. If you're trying to blast the volume through them and you don't know that, you can be like, dude, I got it, no problem. You're doing 20 sets, right? Easy. Let's go to 25, 30, 35, 40. All the data sets are going to grow. But if you're like, I've done that before and it didn't really grow much, you're going to have to step back and go, yeah. All right, let me think this through deeper. It's an interactive method, speaking to someone and seeing what they've done, what has worked, what hasn't worked. And sometimes you might get into a place where they're like, oh, I actually haven't tried that thing. And really, this technique really seems to like stimulate. Aha, good. We found something new, and maybe it'll get some growth. But it's very easy to say, oh yeah, just do this. And you haven't known what someone like Marcus has been through, because everyone on the internet, and a lot of it's before the internet, was like, oh, Marcus, but what about his triceps? Like, shut the fuck up, shut up. You don't think I've tried? The RP Hypertrophy app has dozens of pre-made workout templates to help you build a plan faster than any other training software allows. But you can customize each plan exactly to your needs by prioritizing and deprioritizing any muscles you like to train, choosing the exact exercises you'd like to use, and customizing the volumes you employ at every single step of the process. If you're looking to bring up lagging muscle groups, look no further than the RP Hypertrophy app. Click on the link in the description of this video to get started.
Ich verstehe das halt auch gar nicht, warum da Leute sagen.
Oh no.
Ich habe jetzt echt nicht gedacht, dass...
It's the tuna shake, isn't it?
Yeah, so I couldn't get the translation up because it was a YouTube subtitle, but he said something like he started making this in the 90s when he had like no money.
Yeah. And you got to get the tuna in, and you're not eating it. You're just trying to drink it because you're stuffed full of rice and all this other stuff.
Das ist so spektakulär.
Oh, is that Urs Kalaczynski?
See.
Oh, look at two German people just being German, yeah.
He's his stepdad.
Wann hast du denn das erste Mal so gesagt?
I love Urs, dude. He's so good, dude.
Oh.
Hot water.
Such a nice guy.
I mean, you kind of want hot water, right? Because it's kind of a soup. I mean,
So he says multiple times it tastes like fish soup.
how Northern European. Good God. Oh, do you see the chunks coming out? Someone's like, is that a chocolate smoothie? You're like, yeah, sure, kid. Have one. That would be a nasty prank.
So, Schulz. Wenn jetzt mal ehrlich bist, schmeckt das gut. Das schmeckt wirklich gut.
I like how he's saying it's good while he's like fishing fish chunks out of his teeth with his tongue.
I don't think it's bad. I think it's good.
We're doing a tuna shake.
As well.
What do you think about the ingesting tuna in such a way?
Look, you know, tuna gets the job done. You got to be careful how much tuna you eat. In many cases, it's got a little bit of mercury in it. A little bit's okay, but if you eat tuna all the time, it's kind of a bad deal. So I would say tuna is not the greatest consistent protein source you can take in. Nowadays, protein powders, especially if you look for really good deals on Amazon, protein powder quality is not that big of a deal. If you go to any major grocery store, you go to Amazon and find some cheap whey concentrate protein powders, they're going to be comparable to tuna, if not cheaper. And great macros. You just don't have to do this kind of stuff anymore. Back in the 80s, 90s, the protein powder scene wasn't as ubiquitous. Maybe it was a thing that you could consider, a meal here and there. Am I going to tell you that like the palatability of it is high? Hell no, dude. But I will say, like, if someone's like, man, I just love food so much, and like everything I eat, I start overeating it. I'd be like, okay, I gotcha. You're going to eat plain rice cakes and tuna shake. And you're going to tell me how much of that you want to eat. I guarantee you cannot eat a lot. Good God.
All right. Yeah, that was pretty fun. We didn't even use Arnold that much. Okay, so let's see. Marcus Rule gets an enormous chest, enormous back, and huge shoulders out of 10.
Marcus Rule is a legend. I can't say anything bad about the guy.
Absolute legend.
Some real cool
He's my
training
top
tips to pick
3.
up. Hopefully you guys learn something.
Jay,
Marcus
Ronnie, and
is
Marcus. And
infinitely
they don't have like
the
a...
man.
All of them
from
are number
Germany,
1.
From Deutschland, out of 10, has all my love and respect all time. And if you ever want a good time, get you some eyes on the documentary of Marcus Roll, Big and Loving It. It is hardcore bodybuilding, wet dream. And I'll say no more. And I'll see you guys next time. All right, that was very German, yeah. Hopefully I can still do the Arnold voice again because I probably overdid it this time. JK. Anyway, right here's a video you guys might want to click on for more fun. If not, see you next time.
Sky got a new
Main
video. Let's
character
see what
syndrome
she's
is a
talking
fitting
about.
diagnosis for a condition bred in the age of social media where attention is literal currency. Algorithms vigorously push whatever captures and retains the most amount of viewers, which unfortunately leads to a lot of One of the primary characteristics of people who are chronically online is the psychological detachment from people in real life. Whether it's sticking their phone in front of someone's face for a photo or screaming in a public restaurant for content, there's a common thread of complete disregard for other people. There seems to be a complete lack of consideration for how our actions impact others, especially when the media is involved. It's just an inevitable fact that people act different when there's a camera on them. It's like the real world they're in ceases to exist and they turn into some type of virtual character. It's obvious that people have become completely indifferent to other people's reactions and opinions. We spend so much time telling people not to care what other people think that now we have to remind them to. This is made obvious by the sheer level of disrespect and rudeness in casual interactions that seems to be becoming completely socially acceptable. There's a cultural shift happening where people are treating others as expendable objects that are not deserving of kindness or basic respect. This dehumanized society has completely killed friendliness and politeness. Instead, every interaction is strictly transactional. The popular phrase of "I don't owe anyone anything" has been taken far too literally. I know it might be outdated news, but let's not forget the people that actually died at the Travis Scott concert getting stepped on to death as people rushed the stage. They were crowd surfing dead bodies out of the pit. We're breeding a culture that finds the life of fellow humans irrelevant and disposable. Just a few years ago, using the term NPC outside of a gaming context would leave people scratching their head wondering what you were even talking about. Even now, I'm not sure that the average person knows what it stands for. They just use it as an insult whenever they don't like someone. NPC stands for non-playable character. There's a plethora of them in pretty much any video game. They're there to immerse the player into the world.
Ever since that Imperial Craven ran me through from behind.
They have no real autonomy and are programmed with a specific set of tasks and responses. The term has become popular outside of the gaming realm to describe people who lack independent thought or seem basic. They're kind of just bystanders going about life without thinking much. You might think this whenever you're driving behind someone going 10 under the speed limit, or when you're talking to some blue-haired astrology chick about the 19th Amendment.
50-50, man.
Anytime someone disagrees with you or is an inconvenience, your first instinct might be to call them an NPC. It implies that you are free-thinking and autonomous, and they're not. They're just some indoctrinated sheep living in their own little bubble. But this type of vernacular prevents us from recognizing that we too also live in our own little bubbles. Of course, everyone around you seems like an NPC when you don't know them. You're not connected enough to see them as anything other than a side character. Of course, everyone around you seems like an extra in the background of your movie, because in order for them to play a significant role in the film, you would have to interact with them. We tend to hold our individuality in high regard. Our individualism is what makes us unique, free-thinking, and autonomous. We have our own opinions, our unique personality traits, our selected hobbies. These things are what distinguish us from other people. Our individual interests are of paramount importance to us, and we hold those in higher regard than any type of collective interest. Sure, your entire family might want you to go to school for engineering, but you want to go to art school, and you are an individual, so you get to make that decision. There's absolutely nothing inherently wrong with individualism. I appreciate that I get to make my own decisions because it gives me a sense of self-efficacy. I can spend 12 hours of my day working, or 12 hours of my day snorting cocaine. The situation changes as individualism is taken to an extreme. There's a fine line between exercising your own autonomy and doing something at the expense of someone else. When you live in a culture that popularizes phrases like put yourself first and don't care what anyone else thinks, you end up with a bunch of people who pay no regard to anyone but themselves. There's such an emphasis on doing things for yourself these days that we forget it's cool to do some things for someone else sometimes. An issue arises when you begin to see yourself as some singular disconnected entity that is not a part of some greater collective interest. It leads to people becoming entirely self-centered, refusing to participate in anything that doesn't directly benefit them. It leads to atomization, loneliness, self-absorption, and heightened competition. Here's another thought. Maybe people are becoming increasingly self-obsessed because there seems to be nothing else to devote their energy to. People used to value family and make great sacrifices so that that family could thrive. But the family unit appears to be collapsing from the inside out. Where's my dad? I grew up asking that question a lot. Oh, honey, he went out to get milk. Don't worry, he'll be back. He never came back. What's happening to the marriages? Where are the young relationships? There is no family unit. There is no unit at all except for the one-bedroom apartment unit you will live and die alone in. I don't want to sound all negative, but the feces are hitting the fan. Social media has replaced some very fundamental social structures, and it's created a hyper-individualistic society full of people who have nothing to live for but to satisfy their own selfish desires. Of course the world revolves around me. What else is there for it to revolve around? We don't have friends. We don't have purpose. We don't have a family. We don't even have a house. People are getting away with selling $1,000 courses on how to be hot. People are desperately trying to max out their stats so that they can be better equipped to survive the hyper-competitive environment that they're in. There's a growing emphasis on having an attractive physical appearance, hence the term looks maxing. And look, it's perfectly normal for young people to start caring about how they look. Everybody goes through it. You get a little bit self-conscious about your image, but you do what you can to fix it, and then you move on. But these days, every minute aspect of people's physical appearance is being obsessed over. Mewing for a better jawline, measuring your gonial angle, 6-step skincare routines, it's not normal anymore. People have become overly obsessed with how they look. But this is an unsurprising result of these visual platforms that are overtly superficial. So smart. I see these Gen Alpha kids on TikTok with a massive assortment of beauty products, and it just blows my mind. This is the last thing that was on my mind at that age. When I was a kid, I remember wanting to be something. When I grow up, I want to be a skateboarder. I want to be an artist. I want to be a rapper. What I wanted to be changed every 10 seconds, but the point is, I had aspirations of becoming something. For kids these days, their greatest aspiration is to say, when I grow up, I want to be hot. Do I even need to explain why that's a problem? Before the internet, you only had to compete with the people you were directly surrounded by. You compared yourself to people in your area, around your age, and adjusted accordingly. Now that the internet's here, your competition is literally worldwide. You don't just compare yourself to the people in real life, you compare yourself to the thousands of people you see online. And to make matters worse, these people you see online are likely already in the top 10% of attractiveness, at the perfect angle, with the perfect lighting, and the photo may still be edited on top of that. You got ops, but instead of your ops trying to come after you, they're mogging you with shirtless mirror selfies. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Attention is literal currency in an age where more views equals more money. An increasing number of people are craving to have eyes on them. It's actually incredibly perverted when you really think about it. This incessant desire to have people constantly watching you. It's a strange compulsion, but humans naturally crave attention despite what a threat it might be to their privacy. It's somewhat understandable considering people do typically desire to be heard, seen, and influential. What seemingly better way to obtain that influence than with the internet where billions are at your fingertips? Only, it's all a fallacy, because the engagement you receive online is much more shallow than your gullible brain could have ever imagined. The consumers of your content are rarely hearing or understanding you at all. You're one video in the thousands they've watched this week. A shallow snap judgment has been made about your content that will be forgotten about hours, or if you're lucky, days later. But unfortunately, most people find this lack of depth completely irrelevant. Once your brain receives a little taste of exposure, it incessantly craves more of it. You no longer care to be heard or understood, but just to be seen by as many people as possible. Rarely is the intent to have positive influence, but instead to amass views. Couple this with the fact that algorithms tend to favor controversial and shocking content, and you've just created a machine that incentivizes a lack of authenticity.
They are fully emotionless.
Values like real people do. or should. It doesn't care about the moral implications of a piece of content or the potential negative impact it could have on its viewers. It strictly cares about virality because more views equals more displayed advertisements, which means more profit. This is the attention economy. It's one that values controversy over something thought-provoking or honest. It's one that commodifies human beings as products to be bought. With traditional
It's
forms
always
of
been
art,
like
the
this,
artist
but now it's
themselves was
normalized.
rarely the primary focus. A painter
time is
painted
now.
so that the painting would be admired. A musician performed so that the symphonies would be appreciated. The focus of traditional art was for the product to be inspiring enough to have an impact on people. It wasn't for the focus to be on the artists themselves, but instead on the work they created. Dare I say, that is becoming increasingly rare in the age of social media. The art and the artist seem to be inextricably attached. Even when an artist deliberately hides an aspect of themselves to protect their privacy, that only leads the public to search harder to reveal the mystery. All eyes are peering in on you, wondering what you'll do next. The artist is a commodity in which the public demands of it more content for their entertainment. In the age of social media, people become machines, dehumanized virtual characters feeding the endless vacuum of content. Please be conscious of what you consume, and I ain't talking about powdered donuts, I'm talking about content. How many cat videos can you watch before your brain gets bored? How much rage bait will you click on before your conscience clicks on? Social media is simultaneously the greatest and worst thing that has ever happened to the modern world. If you don't get a grip on your consumption of it, it will consume you.
You can't! It's not about you! It's not about anybody. It's over, dude. We're in too deep. We're in too deep, man. Leave a like for sure. I love her so much. Too bad she's gay. You practically raised the dead. We got an update on Kurd from Iraq. We could watch this one. Or should we start gaming? We can start gaming. I'm so afraid I'm gonna fucking crash. No. Should we try? Let's try. Okay. Vicariously I. Droop, doop, droop, doop, doop, droop, doop, droop, doop, doop. Alright, guys, are you ready? We're doing it. If we die, we die. I'll show you all the settings. So we're kind of experimenting right now. But I'm so sure it's fixed, right? Let's see. I'll show you the settings. They are all on ludicrous. What? I want to. Oh. So I'm still unsure about the output adapter thing, but whatever. Okay, we got all the goodies on. And then the filtering is on 18 instead of 16. How was that multi-sampling? No, actually we can put it on 16, I think. To go more ludicrous. Ultra, 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 ultra. Water quality only goes to high. I leave the sharpening. I'm actually gonna reduce the sharpening a bit because it looks better. I don't know what these are. Because I can't even like activate it. Okay, is this good? And then I unlocked all of these. Everything on ultra, 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 ultra. Again, this is like the highest. Can put this higher. TAA sharpening is... This enables more control over the definition of objects when TAA is enabled, but can lead to over sharpening or smudging at high and low levels. So I'm not sure what to do here. Maybe I guess we just go for the middle thing. But it's not even activated on top, right? So I don't know. This is max. Brass level detail. We crank it all to the max, dude. Okay. I got the grill in Berry Wheel. Let's see if we get placed all the way back. Holy shit! Look at the graphics! Oh shit! This is too good, dude.
Cruel bastards. Tying me up right by the food.
Okay.
Morgan.
So we get a beer bottle. We can drink it. Did I drop it? No, no, no. Drink.
Don't forget about me. I'm starving.
Great. So I see an exclamation point on the minimap here. What is that about? Right here. Is that something? Hmm.
You okay?
See another exclamation point over here.
Morning, Arthur.
Hey, Karen.
I'm glad you boys made it back all right. We was worried.
Yeah, hopefully we can get out of this hellhole soon.
Yeah, let's head to Uncle.
Ow! Whoa, whoa! Careful not to work yourself to death there, Uncle.
I was thinking.
Yeah, does it pay well?
Oh, eventually.
So, while there is...
All right. Out through the trees here, then take a left.
I got the grill in berry wheel.
Ladies, sing us a song.
Go right here. It's quicker.
I had a girl in Berryville. Can't get her because she won't stay still. She kicks and squeals and farts and hollers. Won't take less than $7. I got a girl in Berryville. I'm messing up. I got a girl across the plain. Down there like a horse is made. I got a girl and she's got a thing. Fits my feet like a diamond ring. I got a girl in Valentine, likes to drink that fancy wine. Bloom in her head is 2 feet tall, crack in her pants, pay for it all.
Look at that coach. He's all over the place.
Yep.
Is one of you gonna get that fella's horse?
Oh, I got lumbago. Very serious.
Oh shit.
All right, I'll see what's going on. Lumbago, really? You all right there, friend?
I didn't know that was possible.
You
Huh?
couldn't help me get my other horse back from over there, could you?
I got you, bro.
Sure, no problem.
Thanks. It's the white one over there.
It looks
Easy. Whoa, now, easy. It's okay. Good girl.
Yeah, there, you got it. Well done, Arthur.
I got the grill in Berryville.
Here you go.
You're a gentleman, sir. A gentleman.
No, not really. I was just trying to impress the women.
Come on, let's go.
To Valentine.
You're turning into a regular old fairy godmother there, Arthur.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you got a heart. A small one, perhaps, hidden deep inside, but a real one. And you haven't, you repulsive old lizard.
Well, blizzards have hearts.
Well, Arthur, I'm proud of you.
To be honest, if you lot hadn't been here, I probably would have robbed him.
Well, you did it. Smell those sheep. Or is that Uncle?
Oh, very funny.
This looks like a decent little town. Other people, finally. Look at all that snow on the mountains. Sure don't want to be back up there. You think we should have asked Molly to come with us? Oh, no.
Oh, where I'm going here. No. That was autopilot.
Or to do any real work. She's a society lady now. Okay. Take a good look around, ladies. See what we got here.
Yeah. Go left here, down the main street.
Almost crashed into this
On the
guy.
right. Sure, you can pick up some bounties there, Arthur.
Heaven forbid you put your head on the line.
That's a young man's game.
Ooh, yes. We can get up to some mischief here, all right.
Just remember, keep a low profile.
Will you remember that, though, Arthur?
Probably not.
Let's park up down the end there, near the stables. Yeah.
So far, so good. No crash. But we didn't crash here yesterday either.
All right. Here we are, just like I said. A cultural center of civilization.
We crashed in the hotel, in here, and behind the hotel.
Well, we're gonna do what any self-respecting maniac does. Put the women to work.
With pleasure. We'll start at the saloon.
Okay, just stay out of trouble and don't get yourselves noticed.
Right, I need to get something from the stores.
Okay, well, we'll see you at the general store when you're done.
Come on, ladies. Imagine we're in Paris.
Come on.
I imagine Paris and
So that's how you see yourself, is it? A maniac?
Well, in my youth, I used to be known as the one-shot kid.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask why.
You are a sad man, Arthur Morgan. But I know you love me.
Desperately. You're my favorite parasite. No. Ringworm's my favorite parasite. You're my second favorite parasite.
Very funny.
I lied. Ringworm, then rats with the plague, then you.
Shut up. This is the place now. Come on. Morning.
Morning.
So.
Okay, I'm gonna get some coffee.
Hell, a drop of whiskey for a start. You know, something to pass the time while we're waiting on the women.
Always thinking ahead, ain't you?
You're looking a bit tired there, Arthur. Why don't you pick up some coffee while we're here?
Let me know if you
Should we
have
get
any
two?
questions, fellas.
Okay, if you're done, I'll meet you
And give me a
outside.
bourbon.
I won't be too long. Here's to your good health, my sir. It's a funny world, you know. This time in my career, I pictured myself being married to an heiress.
Gentlemen, I think I got something good.
What?
I snuck into
Okay, we can skip this one. Right.
You can go kiss a damn snake for all I care. Get off me! Get off of me!
Get your hands off her, friend. Who are you?
A friend of mine.
Get off her.
Or what exactly?
You want to find out?
You're making a big mistake, Tilly Jackson.
Just get lost.
I ain't doing this with you.
Go wait with Uncle and Mary Beth. They're across the street.
Okay. Thanks, Arthur.
Uncle! Look after her. I'm gonna go see about Karen in the hotel.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Step right up.
So yesterday we enter here and then we crash.
Can I help you, sir?
Try and help people.
I'm looking for a girl who came in here earlier with a drunk fella. Mid-20s, blonde. You'd remember her.
Yeah, they're in 2B upstairs. Are you, a friend of his?
A friend of hers.
Okay, no crash. What is this music about?
Hey! A friend of hers.
Oh no!
Ain't paid to hit her, you goddamn animal.
Fuck him up!
Next time, avoid me.
He's out already?
What the hell are you doing here?
Trying to play him? Not very well.
Oh no, she got
Okay.
hit in the mouth.
Fine.
You sure?
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. Just men. But stupid bastard was boasting about the bank.
bank.
Sure, I know small town banks are usually a waste of time, but
Okay, shh, come in here, talk to me like this. Not everybody is gonna hear like this.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Keep investigating.
I will.
She's investigating now. So what can we do with this guy? Oh, we can loot him. 66 cents. Nothing in here. Yo, I have the feeling there's not gonna be any crash today. It's kind of OP. Can we see our reflection? Nice. So there is some gray dots on the minimap flashing.
I hope everything's okay up there.
How do I answer him?
This isn't one of those ladies first situations. Go on, lead the way.
Chill out, baby. I wanna see what's going on here. Baths. Man, I'd like a bath, actually. But I became too big at some point, man. I just can't fit in any tub. Alright, let's go.
Thank you, Arthur. I don't much like being saved, but when I have to be.
I understand.
You okay? Sure. He only punched me. Arthur punched him a lot harder.
All right, then.
Hey, who's that guy over there looking at us?
Weren't you in Blackwater a few weeks back?
Me? No, sir. Ain't from there.
Oh, you were. Well, I definitely saw you with a bunch of fellers.
Me? No. Impossible. Listen, buddy, come here for a minute.
I saw you.
Come here.
Come on, get.
I don't like this.
What?
Go get the girls home. I'm gonna go have a word with our friend.
Be careful, Arthur.
Just a word.
Okay.
Just borrowing it.
You stay away from me.
Oh, we stole a horse. My screen is way too big, dude. If I look at the minimap, gotta like move my head all the way to the left. What happened to him? Kill.
Why are you telling lies about me?
No. I got it wrong, partner. I got it very wrong. Now please help me up.
I ain't never been in Blackwater.
Then why are you chasing me?
I've got an unfortunate face.
Yes, me too. Now please pull me up. Please. I'm begging you.
I mean, I'm gonna help him for sure. Imagine killing him now.
Right. Come on.
Maybe in the next playthrough.
You okay, partner?
No, I am not. I'm a mess.
Well, you ain't dead.
There is that. Jimmy Brooks.
I think it's best for both of us if we pretend this never happened.
Well, I agree. You saved my life. You're a good man, and here. You want a pen? It's one of them steel ones.
Oh. That's very kind of you. but I'm not a good man. Jimmy Brooks. Not usually. You see, I was in Blackwater. I killed people. And maybe I should have killed you. Should I have killed you, Jimmy Brooks?
Me? I never saw you. Not now, not never. I think we have an understanding.
Of course we do. Jimmy Brooks. I will remember that. I've got a good memory.
I haven't. Not one lick. Not 1 cent in this here old mind.
Okay, we got a pen.
You have a nice day now, sir.
Right. Oh, we came from here. So we can return the horse we stole. I think this is where we came from, I'm not sure. Let me just look at this. Mission blips covering a large area have to be searched to find. Yeah, we're gonna give the horse back for sure.
Am I glad to see you? Here's your horse back, friend.
Oh, you really were just borrowing it.
Appreciate it.
You son of a bitch!
What? Why is he running away? Wait. I can't mount a horse though. Huh. Question mark blips indicate optional stranger missions. Speak to the stranger in the area to begin the strand. Okay, why did he run away from me now? Because I body checked him or something? You can't touch anybody in this game, dude. Let's see.
Howdy. Hey, careful now.
Yeah. Can't walk up to them like this.
Just want to get a drink. I'm parched.
Talking.
Give a fella a nickel.
A nickel is 25 cents, yeah? Whatever. Let's see.
Ain't nobody got a heart.
J.E.
Hello.
So, wait. Are they in here?
You good?
Got a saloon.
Alright, there we go. Oh, Arthur, come here. Come over here. I want you to meet our friends.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, ain't you just a tough hysteric mountain man?
Damn, that redhead!
Quiet, Anastasia. Anyone can tell this one is a pussy cat.
Exactly. Yes, he's a pussy cat. Ain't that so, Arthur?
Whatever you say. How much you cost, anyway?
Well, ain't that a nice way to talk to a lady?
Oh, I didn't know I was talking to a lady.
Excuse me.
Well, I must say, you got a fine way with the women, amigo.
Yeah, regular dandy and a charmer. Where's Bill?
Oh, man. I dread to think about it. Hey! There he is.
Watch where you're going. Take it easy. Are you about to kiss that guy or punch him?
Oh shit! Whoa! What the fuck? How do I punch? Oh, here we go. Ooh, we got me. So everybody just fighting with each other now? Oh, he got the uppercut, dude. Ooh. Fuck him up. What are we doing? Why is everybody fighting randomly? Help the gang defeat the brawlers.
Come here, you little greaser. Yeah, you like a killer, son of a bitch.
Happy to escape. Hey yo.
We can deal with these fellers. Go get Javier. Hey, you want some too, huh?
Oh no.
Come on, pretty boy. Pretty boy? You're kidding me. Pretty boy?
Oof.
Come on. I ain't even started. All right. What you scared of? Huh? You okay there, Arthur? Yeah. All right. I got this son of a bitch. All right. You're even slower than you look, huh?
Oh no. He's got like 20 pounds on us for sure. We can get him. Fuck him up.
Stop! Stop! Please! Please! I beg you, stop! Come, sir. You won the fight already. Surely that's enough.
What business is it of yours?
Business. No business, sir, but please, I beg you.
Oh, we're all messed up now, dude. Yeah, we got some
friends again, I see.
got some damage there for sure.
Look who we found sniffing about.
Josiah Trelawney.
The very same.
Well, I thought you'd gone to New York.
And miss all this glamour. You must be joking.
How are you?
Well, quite well indeed. I went to Blackwater looking for you gentlemen. You're not very popular there, it seems. Ah! Javier and Charles. I've missed you. And Bill looking as well as can be. Gentlemen, always
He looks different.
a pleasure.
You're right. We ain't too popular in Blackwater.
We left a lot of money there.
And young Sean, it seems.
Sean, you found him.
Yes, I have. He's being held by some bounty hunters, trying to see how much money the government will pay them. I know he's in Blackwater, but there's talk of them moving.
Well, if we step foot in Blackwater... Well, then we're dead men for sure.
There'll be Pinkertons all over the place, but if he's alive, we gotta try.
Yeah, of course.
It's you they want, Dutch.
Always is. Charles, go find out what you can, carefully. Josiah, take Javier. Arthur, go get yourself cleaned up. Join them when you're ready.
Well, what about me?
Let's take a bath.
Well, exactly. What about
We're still trying to shake off the fight.
Oh, Bill.
I know that feeling. It's ringing, dude. Americans at rest. Yo, so far no crash. That's quite OP. Let me just check on my source.
Who's this then?
Goddamn! Oh, hell.
Okay, so we got it simmering for a little over an hour now. I think that's good enough. I got the grill in berry wheel. Let's see what the white thing is on the map.
Excuse me, but I need some money. I fought in the war. I fought for you.
Hello.
Who's talking? He's not talking to us, is he?
I'm real hungry here. Yeah.
Oh, there's a question mark.
Can I get a few cents?
We have discovered a stranger. They are marked with a question mark and will give you tasks to perform. Up here? Rob, greet, antagonize, aim weapon.
Hello, gentlemen.
They're ignoring us. He must be in here, saloon. I guess we can enter downstairs.
You remind me of a feller I used to know.
Never mind.
He passed out. Of course.
Who's your friend there?
This is Jim Boy Calloway. The Jim Boy Calloway.
Who?
The gunslinger. Fastest left-handed draw that ever drew breath. He once killed 14 men in a fight at Lucy Hollow.
What are you waiting for?
How do you mean?
Well, I reckon right now, kill him yourself.
I don't want to kill him. I want to deify him. He's a god. I'm trying to write his biography.
And how's that going?
I think I prefer the duel. Either I'd kill him and be able to be Baltimore's finest ever gunslinger, or he'd kill me and I could be set free from ever having to speak to him again.
Well, you're starting to understand something very important.
What's that?
The joys of gunslinging. It's win-win, freedom or glory.
That's brilliant. I'm gonna write that down, if I may.
Be my guest.
What's your name?
I don't have a name.
But you are a gunslinger.
Not really. I mean, folks who need shooting, I try and shoot in the back. All that other stuff, it's, well, bunk.
But you fought duels.
Once upon a time, I may have.
And you ain't interested in fame.
I don't think so.
Strange. But you like fortune.
I need money, sure.
Okay, then forgive me, mister, if I seem a little desperate. I am a little desperate. This book, I've got to make a thing of it, and, well, there's a whole list of gunfighters. Legends, every last one. Emmett Granger. Flaco Hernandez. Billy Midnight.
Are these like
Black
real
Bell.
pictures?
Never heard of them.
Maybe you can go and speak to them.
Was that a woman?
Ask them about Calloway. Any of them get uppity,
Fuck.
shoot them. I can't believe I just said that, but...
You want me to go and find some sad, deluded fools like him, ask if he was the greatest, and then if they get uppity, shoot him?
Does sound a lot worse than it did in my head.
How much you paying?
Well, a lot. Half the proceeds of the book, if you help me get it written.
I'll see what I can do.
Ha! Oh, get photos.
Okay.
And there are
Oh,
notes
no
on
way.
the back of those portraits that should lead you
A
to
camera must be worth a
See what I
fortune,
can
no?
find out.
I
He just gives
imagine
us
we'll
one
be
like
stuck
this.
here upon your return. Here are some other flop house.
Alright. Let's see. So I doubt I'm gonna call my horse like this. Your horse is out of whistling range. So we could explore the town a little more, because it does look cool. But I do want to progress and just learn about the game for sure. So that they have a graveyard.
Hello, mister.
A little rude.
Madam, back here.
Never mind. What am I doing? It's a little rude what I'm doing here. Interrupting people's morning. I'm trying out what's happening here.
I fought in the war. I fought for you.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Did we disconnect?
Sorry, mister. Hey, move it!
Hey, do you need something?
I wanna just have a little look here. This looks unlocked. Weapons sold. Best quality guns in the... Okay.
Just want to get a drink.
New patron.
You can interact with the shopkeeper by approaching the catalog. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Customize.
You're that fellow who had to fight with Tommy outside of Smithfield's?
Yep.
People are still talking about that fight.
I ain't.
Fair enough. Neither's Tommy. Anyway, how can I help you today?
Now, let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Look at this. Oh god, this was horrible. Shotgun shells. The catalog is so horrible. Like what? What am I looking at here? Upgrade holster, $45. 69. Nice.
If you need anything, let me know.
Gun oil. So all of this is a little bit out of price. Do we need a gun oil? Okay, that's all, I guess. Just wanna see real quick.
The sheriff's gotten that for himself at one point.
Oh damn, look at this. Wow. Semi-auto shotgun. Cool. Good to know.
Well, all right. This will be here when you need it.
And then we can just buy it off the shelf as well.
Wait, you can't be there. Come on.
Is he talking to me? I can't go here?
Hey,
whatever.
Bring it down.
I'm not doing anything. I don't want no trouble. If they screw us over, we get TP'd back to the start, so yeah. I'm not screwing with that for sure. Doctor.
Hello. Welcome, sir. You new patient? I only keep select items on the shelves. Gum and candies behind the shelf, and the medicine and tonics are on the table against the wall. See the catalog if you can't find what you're looking
Stimulants.
Now, let me have a look.
Fully restores health, fully restores stamina. I think I'm good on everything.
Well, it's there if you want to look again.
Thank you.
Well,
Oh shit, is it dark? Okay. Some shops run an illicit business on the side. Exploring around the shop or getting a tip from a stranger may expose the shop's unusual activities. Interesting. Okay, let's head towards the yellow things on the minimap. You can rob any shop by aiming your gun at the clerk. Okay.
I'm real hungry here.
So it looks like I'm not losing stamina when I'm running. Do I have like a quest log or something?
Every time.
Is this my journal? It's my inventory. Okay. I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do right now. So I'll just be heading over here towards the yellow things on the map. An optional mission is now available. Complete them. Can be a way to gain honor.
You know, they don't mention the patrol. I don't think you should just be wandering around here, friend. Not a thing happens round here without an O'Driscoll saying so. Understand me?
What?
That's it. Off your trot. We'll be sure to keep a bullet warm for you. Just listen out for the accents.
I'm kind of in need of a horse. You guys good?
If you ain't come back like a damn headache. That's it. Marcus Carter.
Shit. How do I shoot? Fuck! Yo, Daniel, what's up, bro? Fuck, dude, how do I shoot? How are you doing, man? No! I think this was our first death. Yeah, read that, bro. I'm just learning it. I have no clue what's happening. Okay, so we do have a horse here. What happened now? So the Bristol guys killed me. Wait, so how do I shoot? How do I aim? Oh, come on, dude. What the fuck happened?
Break's over, boy.
Okay, I want to go back to these guys and finish them. What's up, Daniel? How is it hanging? Wait. So now that I'm on my horse, I can select another weapon, right? Because of the thing. And then I have to do what? Here we go. And this can be the bow. And now how do I draw the weapon? Like this. Dude, this is so stupid. How do I put away the weapon? Oh, he is aiming. Right. Oh no, hold on. I want to put away the weapon now. So there is quick shot. Reloading is like this. I want to put away the weapon because in case we come by like some sort of police. We don't have any problems, you know. Or do I have to do it like this? The game is very, very mechanical. Like a lot of combos for like small stuff to do. It's quite cool, but it's a lot to learn. So yeah, this was our first, like, death. Real death. And I have no clue where we are now. Oh, it's our camp. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Hey, Arthur.
Yo, look at the graphics. Everything is so pretty. Go hunting. Not by night, right? Does not make a lot of sense, I believe. Yeah, it looks good. I never played it, only watched. I'm alt-tabbed in this game. I played since childhood, lol. What do you mean you're alt-tabbed in this game? Cake, stew bowl. You need to wait a few days before I can grab another. Interesting. Oh, this looks good. Hmm. He just throws it on the ground. Okay. So who's this? Oh, that's Karen. Let's see how she's doing. Yo, Karen. What's wrong with her?
When's this going to end?
We can antagonize him or threaten him.
Speak! Don't cry, boy. Speak about your gang.
I can't.
Yo, Daniel, have you seen my face? Look, I was lasered.
Boy.
Whoa! Hold your horses there. It seems the cat has got our friend here's tongue. I was thinking Mr. Williamson could have a word.
I'm feeling fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. It hurt like a bitch, dude. It was so bad.
Horse shit. You see, we heard that part, so how about you tell the truth? That's what you want me to do.
Hurt him, so the next time he opens his mouth, it is to tell us what is going on. Who am I kidding? One of O'Driscoll's boys couldn't open his mouth, but he'd tell a lie. Screw it. Let's just have some fun.
Yeah, it was painful, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah! What's he doing? Where's he going?
Oh, don't worry. You're only balls,
I upload a new vlog entry for the... Oh no, are they gonna burn him? Oh shit.
and most loyal of courtiers.
No, you're kidding me, right?
No. No!
What do you want from me?
Well, you are.
Fucking touch my face. Yo, I get phantom pain. Move that thing away from his dick, dude. What are you doing?
Okay, listen. I know where O'Driscoll's holed up, and you're right. He don't like you any more than you like him. He's at 6 Point Cabin. I'll take you there. Serious. I don't like him. I mean, I like him even less than I like you. No offense.
Oh, none taken.
Okay then, partner. Why don't you take a few of us up there right now?
So I upload part 3 of the laser phase on YouTube, and currently I'm recording for the last 3 days, every morning and every night of how it's healing. So part 4 is gonna come out next week. I'm gonna make like a nice video, like a whole compilation kind of thing.
O'Driscoll. You sure as shit was. John, Phil, come here. We got a social call needs making. Where are we heading?
Bro, look at the graphics, man. I put everything on ultra. On ultra.
You take this little rattlesnake with you. Any nonsense, kill him. Sure. You're gonna pay your buddies our respects.
Mount your horse.
He taking us to Combe? That's what he says. Come on.
I'm taking you to him. Look, I'll give you more directions when we're close. But if I know where we are, it's up past Valentine.
By the way, I think we are in chapter 2, and I'm supposed to do like a bunch of stuff that the game does not tell me to do. But we are playing it like a blind playthrough right now. I wonder if I should like look up some stuff on Google, you know?
You sure look like one, and you smell like... God damn. You smell like one too.
I smell like horse shit.
That's right. Boy, are you high.
Morgan, you got throwing knives in your saddlebag. Dud said that you might... I was asked to give them, and I'm doing you the further courtesy of telling you about it.
Next time you want to give me something, how about you give it to me, instead of hiding it somewhere, hoping the opportunity comes up to mention it.
Last goddamn favor I do you.
Hey, if I got my bearings, it's over here. Yeah, I know this country. Take this track up through the rocks.
Williamson.
What, Morgan?
Just to say, well, even you can't screw up killing O'Driscolls.
Funny. And I guess you're good here. Unless some soft-handed feller comes along and tells you you've gone too far.
What are you talking about? Fighting that big bullock up in Valentine? How wise you think beating a man to death would have been? With all them folks looking on, when we supposed to be laying low.
I saw your eyes, Morgan. You didn't go clever, you went soft.
I'll take it. After all, you are an authority on not being clever.
The captive gets a little cough in his throat, looks at you with some big doe eyes.
They have a special connection, these two.
Go free?
I was fighting Combe when you was pretending to fight Indians.
Don't call my record into question.
It's your abilities that call your record into question, Bill.
Now we go left. Road will take us up and round. Those are the hills. Head for them.
Save your horses. We gotta climb, boys.
You know,
I got a real Imbre, real wheel.
the O'Driscolls.
What did you just say?
I've been watching you all these weeks, and
You've been tied to a tree. You don't know nothing about this gang.
yeah, well, I'd say you don't know much about the O'Driscolls. But maybe I know more about you than you know about them.
Those fucking old Driscolls, man, they killed me.
Them, so
Almost got him though.
How are we like those mongrel dogs?
you're outlawed like them. You're out to survive like them. You live rough. You live hard.
I should have activated Deadeye. I just remembered.
Nature. You're out for yourselves.
See?
But I don't know how. I don't know how to shoot.
O'Driscoll. You're out to survive. We're out to live. Free. Combs a sneak thief and a killer. Dutch is more like a teacher.
From where I've been, you just look the same as all.
Then you looked, but you ain't seen. John, shut that boy up. Enough out of you. Boys, we're almost on them. Now, who knows if this son of a bitch we got with us is talking true, but if it's what he says it is, and Colm O'Driscoll's here, we can end years of fighting. Here and now. Amen to that.
Here, here.
I swear, this is where he was.
Shut up.
Yo, this whole path is a
now
benchmark.
left up here, we go down the hill into the forest.
We're going in quiet, taking them out as we find them, trying not to set things off. But if we do, we move quick and hard. We settle this like we know how, okay? Okay by me.
With you, Morgan.
All right then.
Through the trees here. Hey, we're real close. I'd leave your horses the other side of this clearing.
I'll get my guns off my horse, and I'm ready.
Easy, Bill. Quiet.
For a stealthy approach, so we are gonna go for throwing weapons and a bow, okay?
This is it. The cabin's just the other side of this hill.
Okay. Off your horses. Let's go.
You gonna get them knives?
I said easy.
Yeah!
Throwing knife. Let's see. Where would I find? Oh, there we go. Damage range, 0 fire rate, reload. So they don't have ammunition. Oh, 8 out of 8. Okay, I think I like the bow.
It ain't far. We might have shared a horse, but we ain't friends. Remember, I'm watching you every moment.
I ain't gonna shop you now, come on. It'd be suicide. You'll die, boy. But you'll lose your balls first. Jesus Christ. Just over the ridge.
Okay, we have to know how to activate that eye. Or is it bird's eye? I forgot. Something with eye.
Okay, get down.
Cabin's in the clearing down there. There'll be a bunch of fellers hiding out there too.
Are these fellas armed?
Armed, drunk, wary of strangers, yup.
And Colm O'Driscoll?
He'll be holed up in his cabin. Be passed out, booze blind, likely as not.
Hey, over there. Someone's coming.
So, who's gonna tell him we ain't got nothing for the pot?
Oh, let me think. The feller that spooked the game, I reckon.
I'm gonna drain it. I'll catch up.
No, we ain't gonna fall for that. We're gonna wait so you can tell him yourself.
Yeah.
If anyone's actually gonna shoot the messenger, it'd be that mean son of a bitch.
Yes, sir.
Come on, shake it off.
Come on. What are we doing about the pisser, Morgan? One by the tree.
Send Bill. I'm taking the lead.
Deal with this first fella.
Okay. Go to work.
So look in the other direction.
The old man loses it. I won't get another chance in ages. I'll be stood guard duty, sun up to sun down.
Aim a weapon. Oh shit! I was gonna aim, not shoot!
We got you unawares! We caught him on the drink!
It's that right shoulder thing. I pressed the right thing, but it's left. Wait, how do I hide behind the tree? Shit. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, here it is. Okay, weapon. Nice. I don't see. Okay, give me bird's eye. Okay, so we know how to hide. Taking a lot of damage. Let me reload. Oh, right in his ass. Be dying, I gotta be careful. Yo, knowing how to hide behind stuff is actually quite an improvement already. Shit. Come out. Hit him. Running into his line of fire. That's very good. can't move? Oh, okay, I don't know what's happening. Pick up. Let them fight. I'm just looting. Thing is, I don't see anything on the minimap, so I'm just gonna keep looting until I see a red dot. Also, how do I change the weapon now? Oh, here it is. Oh, baby. Hello. So I got a big weapon, I know how to hide. I know how to shoot, I know how to reload. We're going. I know how to duck. Nope, that's not it. That was not it. Okay, we got him.
Comb's still here. He said he'd be hiding in the camp. I'm going to check it. Search out here.
Oh, what is this bird?
What you stashing in here?
What is this bird about? How is he so chill next to us? With all the gunfire going on. What the hell just happened, Daniel? That felt awful, not knowing what the fuck is going on, how to like shoot and stuff. We had a shootout 2 days ago, but I forget all about it. And yesterday we couldn't play because I was fixing the crashes. And so far no crashes, quite cool. Okay, so we came here for this one Bristol guy. Their leader. He must be in this cabin. Look, another bird. So hit a red one, a yellow one. What is this about? Ooh. That must hurt, dude.
You all right? Sure. Thank you. Colm O'Driscoll. He ain't here.
Of course he's not here.
You set us up. Come here! What? You set us up.
No, I didn't.
You did. Colm O'Driscoll ain't here!
He was here, I swear! If I was setting you up, I wouldn't have saved your life.
It's a good point, Arthur.
He did just save us there.
All right, then go on. Get out of here.
Hey?
I won't kill you.
I didn't set you up.
Get lost.
Get lost.
I'm letting you run away. Now go on. Get out of here.
That's as good as killing me. Out there, without you, Colm O'Driscoll's gonna lose his mind about this.
So?
So I'm one of you now.
Give me a break. All right, then. But I'm warning you.
Oh, I know.
Come on, let's get to camp.
So you got the cash then?
What cash?
Yeah, there's usually some cash. In the chimney.
I'll check it. Rest of you boys, get to camp, quick.
This new guy, I like him.
Ain't so bad.
Hey, Bill. You tell Dutch old Kieran ain't worth killing. Just yet.
Right you are.
Okay. See, what do we have here? So, there's money in the chimney, huh? Wait. Search.
At least you got something tucked away.
Whoa, $600. Drop cabin repeater for double barrel shotgun. Oh. Mm. Is that a play? So this is a new weapon now? But we dropped the repeater. Cleaning weapon with gun oil will improve their condition and performance. Code LB. Okay, I have to maintain. Right stick press. Is that it? Clean the barrel shotgun. Clean. So we do have one gun oil. Good as new. Okay, cool. So from the $600 we got $100. But I don't wanna be losing my other weapon, but it's whatever, I suppose. I'm not even sure if this one is better. I guess we can like probably check the stats. There's more money. Okay. Give me those beans. What is down here? Shiny. Wanted? Crime reported. What? What's happening? So there's a red circle on the minimap now. Oh, I can't carry any more of this. Okay. Unknown suspect. Investigating. Whoa. Somebody's coming over here. They're probably gonna move here, huh?
Not one move, you hear me?
Defuse?
And I'll kill you myself. Through. I'll put you down like a dog.
Oh!
You fucking coward! Get in there!
Only 15 bucks? Is this on me?
I'll send you straight to hell, you son of a bitch!
No. Can I heal? Fuck! So we lose a little bit of money. We kept the weapon. Curse words are in American accent. Did they kill my horse? Oh, there. Oh, okay. It's coming. Come here. So what exactly happened, dude? I guess they got $15 for killing me. I bet there's a way to shoot them from horseback, right? Let's see if we can aim. Oh, we can, like this. Can I ride and aim at the same time? I can. It's very hard to aim to the back. Oh god. Oh, yo. Okay, my horse level increased somehow. Galloping causes a horse stamina to drain. Push the horse too hard and it will buck you off. Okay, so the shotgun only has 2 shots. What is this red thing? Oh, it's a snake! We killed it by running over it. Is that correct? Dude, there was a snake. And it scared my horse. This is so cool. What the fuck? Okay, is there like a way to see a huge map? Oh, okay. Right. Oh, I see. So our camp is all the way here. We spawned here. This is the town where we were at. So is there fast travel or something? Oh, I put a waypoint. Oh, great. Okay. Whatever is happening, if it's not a crash, everything is good. So I wanna put away the gun. Is that how you do it? Okay. Cool. Can I cinematic home? Can, let's see. So what path does he go for now? So this is now autopilot, but I do have to press A. But I don't have to steer. It's just I don't know what he's following right now. Is he following the waypoint? That would be cool. It's called cinematic mode. That is so amazing, man. This game, dude. I think it's like 2020 or so. But it's like, man, 5 years, what the fuck? But it's very cool, very good. So this is Rockstar, right?
Hey, this way.
The prisoner. That means the next GTA, which is gonna come out this year, is gonna be crazy as fuck.
Mister. Can you? Please.
What's good with this
I've been
guy?
on the run for days now. If you could help me with these shackles, I just might have a chance.
So how'd you end up like this?
Just shoot the damn chains already, come on!
Do we help him?
Just shoot the chains off, please. I'm done for otherwise.
I'm gonna kill him. Aim weapon.
Come on, do it!
I'm gonna shoot him though. Fuck.
fine. I'll find somebody who will.
Hold on there.
You tried to get those off yourself? Are you seriously asking me that? Get out of here.
Problem is, if I shoot, how do I aim now? Let me take the revolver. There we go. Did you get him? Oh no, he's bleeding. Bro, are you okay? He's dead! What have I done? He got 1 copper with him. No! I swear I didn't want to kill him. I didn't understand. It said press the button that is meant for shooting to aim, right? And that is exactly what I did on the thing. With the on the camp, and what happened? I shot before I aimed. Okay, I'm just gonna leave, and we're never gonna speak of this again. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. No. So we could have like freed him, and he might come back later giving us a lot of gold or something. We could also maybe free him and he would have killed one of our friends. Who knows? Who knows, right? Now we will never know. Oh, I feel bad. I feel bad and I'm getting hungry, so I'm gonna make food soon. Good thing is we already cooked everything. I just need to make noodles.
Easy, easy.
John?
Arthur, dumbass.
Okay, back to camp. Look at the graphics, man. Wow. Does it look as good as it does here? This is so good. I kept it at 60 FPS. I hope it's good enough. Right, we're back in here now.
Calm down. Oh.
Okay.
Arthur. Dutch? Miss O'Shea?
Well, feels like we are finally getting back on our feet.
You, find a buyer for them bonds we stole?
Not yet, but Jose is working on it.
When we heading west?
Soon? I don't know.
Feels like things have changed. The whole world's changed. They don't want folk like us no more. We're being hunted.
We are smarter than them. Only the feeblest of men take jobs in the government.
I hope so.
Trust Dutch, Mr. Morgan. You have to.
They got Micah! Dutch! Arthur!
What's going on?
They got Micah. He's been arrested for murder. He was in Strawberry.
It's okay, son. Breathe.
They nearly lynched me. They got Micah and the sheriffs in Strawberry. And there's talk of hanging him.
Here's hoping. Arthur, what? The fool brought this on himself. You know my feelings about him, Dutch.
You think I can't
Who was
see
Micah?
past his bluster to the heart inside? He is a fine man.
No, I ain't saving that fool.
I can't go. My face will be all over West Elizabeth. I am asking. He would do it for you.
I don't think he would, but fine, all right.
Arthur.
You okay, Lenny?
Yeah, of course I'm okay.
You don't seem okay.
You take that kid into town. Valentine, not Strawberry.
They almost lynched him.
And Arthur, no crazy business.
I've given that up.
And you get Micah out of that jail.
No crazy business.
Come on, son. I'll get to it, Dutch. Just can't drop everything.
Okay, I gotta boil some noodles. Be right back. Yo, Daniel, are you here, bro? Wanna see my new intro screen? Black Void and Kick. Bing, Bin, Charlene.
Well, let's
What the
go
fuck?
if we're going. I'm beat.
Yo, Daniel, check this out. You see. Wait. Just gonna do something quick. I got the grill in burial wheel. Okay, my mouse is stuck somehow. Yo, okay, my mouse is stuck on the main monitor. So I got it off. Oh, here it is. I have to press pause. Yo, check this. Yeah, we got an intro screen. So professional, man.
Why aren't we moving, Arthur?
What did you say, boy? Damn, look at this horse. I wanna ride this horse. What the fuck? It's a monster. Yeah. You know, I was called sexist for having weep chicks. Imagine that. There was a real fucking stallion, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, you look like you've been through it.
I'm beat. We finally get off that mountain.
Yeah, apparently you're a sexist.
Micah's got a crazy side, Arthur.
What were you boys doing? You were supposed to be scouting ahead for us.
I kept asking him what we was doing, but he was, "You worry too much, kid. Just some business."
I'll make a YouTube video that's called I'm Sexist. I think it's gonna get many clicks.
I do.
He was half soaked before we even got
The
there.
thumbnail is gonna be me looking like very menacing,
Drank some more.
with like a bold letters, I am
Hey,
sexist.
shoots one of 'em. I know how that goes.
And I'm just gonna tell how I like anime girls.
The law was on us fast too. They was ready to strangle me up there and then.
And how I open doors for women or anybody
We'll take care of it.
who's just walking behind me.
No, you leave it to me.
How I feel like there shouldn't be any man in women's sport.
Forget about market.
I mentioned all of it.
We'll just have a couple.
Oh shit, I gotta... Hold on. Gotta allow whatever it was that Twitch wanted to ban you for. Or your chat, actually. You're the least pervy, non-aggressive guy I've known here.
Head back, okay?
I mean, I really don't like to offend that much. But sometimes I do.
Me and a couple of the other boys
Just because these people are overly radical, and I kind of want to shoot them away. You know what I mean?
kept it clean. We're all good.
Are we going for this drink then?
If you say so, Arthur.
Okay, what happened now?
Oh.
Who were these two? One of them aim a gun on us? Why? Are these with us? Hold on. No, okay, it's a red dot. So...
Go on and show them.
Bro, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't even die. Lenny's horses died. Okay, retry checkpoint, restart mission. Let's see. Good. The black horse is gone.
I rode as fast as I could, didn't stop for nothing.
Yeah, you look like you've been through it.
I'm beat. We finally get off that mountain, then this.
We can actually play it online.
What were you boys doing?
There is actually a way to play it online. Oh my god, look at all the emotes! Oh my god! I subscribed Nightbot.
Just some business to attend to, kid. You know
So now he can display all the emotes. That was amazing. That was the first time I saw it.
Then we ran into some fellas. One of them Mike knew, drank some more. And this is supposed to be
Just for this I paid $5.
And he shoots smarter. I know how that goes.
Couldn't even tell you quite how. Happened like the strike of a match. The law was on us fast too.
What was I
They was
saying?
ready to strangle me up there and then. But I got away, just about.
You're all right now. We'll take care of it.
So
Let's see if those two guys come across again.
I'll come with you.
No, you leave it to me. For now, let's drink some. Forget about market.
It was drink that started all this.
We'll just have a couple.
So these
Settle you
guys?
down and head back, okay?
Okay.
No.
Now, I should warn you. Me and a couple of the other boys, we got in a bit of a fight last time we was here.
What kind of fight?
Oh, nothing big. No, we kept it clean. We're all good.
If you say so, Arthur.
Howdy. You got what you were doing or something? Oh, hey, I've earned this. What'd you earn?
You have to be very careful here. If you ram somebody, it's like hell on earth immediately. You can't get too close, you can't like antagonize them. I see an exclamation mark at the post office. I have not been there yet. And then the other thing is unlocked, whatever it is. Oh yeah, Daniel. You can play this game online. I have no clue what it is about. But I'm first gonna finish the story and then we're gonna check it out online for sure. But apparently you can play with other people. Like it's an MMO actually. It's actually MMO. you know what? Let's check it out while I'm eating. Man, look at the graphics, the reflections. So good. So yeah, like the next game by Rockstar is gonna be GTA 6, I believe. And that's coming out this year. Imagine, dude, they're gonna have the same engine like this, but refurbished, like, right? Like 5 years update. Holy fuck, I'm so excited actually, man. That's gonna be nice. Man, there was a redhead in here. Where is she? Is this her? No. She was let's say, a busty one.
Just one or two, right, Arthur? Of course, just a drink. No big drama. Can we get a couple beers, please?
I don't want no trouble.
You'll get none from me. I was defending myself.
Tommy, he's...
He'll be fine. Here, have one for yourself.
Thank you.
Micah seemed to know a lot of people. That was the problem.
How you mean?
I mean, I done seen a lot of crazy stuff,
A
but
lot
Micah...
of crazy stuff.
Will you shut up?
Will you shut up?
Be quiet, buddy.
Oh, they're dullards. My lord, you men is dull.
Hey, leave this fool alone.
Leave the fool alone. People been leaving me alone for the last 10 years.
Breath and Charm beat.
Listen, buddy. You're a charming fellow. One of the best.
Damn, we almost
But
snapped.
me and the kid here,
Did you see what
we're trying to
happened?
Talk business, so could you possibly leave us alone? No offense intended.
Ain't no pleasing some folk. Just trying to be friendly.
Wow, we handled that like a real giga shot, dude.
Oh. That's great, partner. Lenny, where are you?
Okay, we are drunk. Nice.
Hey, you see my friend anywhere?
Best ask someone else about that.
Bitch.
Can't find my friend. You know where he went? Oh, sorry.
Okay, we are drunk as fuck.
You know which way my friend went?
You all right there, Slugger? I think your friend went upstairs.
You see that fella I was with?
Sorry, I don't know.
What are you doing, kid?
The music is epic. Who's talking to me? Oh, here he is.
I don't know.
Wait, more?
Why ain't you never married?
Man, this gives me flashbacks of drinking. When drinking was cool.
Lenny?
Not excessive, but just to get silly drunk and then a little more maybe. Oh shit. He's on the fucking...
Who do you think you're talking to?
Nobody. I'm talking to nobody.
Fuck him up.
What did you say? What? I said, what did you say?
Smack, smack, smack.
Shut up, mister. Yeah, shut your mouth, mister.
What is going on? Alright, this game is so good. Can we see his Peter? Radio. I'm drunk as fuck. Oh, that's so disgusting though. Just piss against the fucking thing.
Lenny! You bastard!
Okay, it's getting a little too drunk right now. Like, it's too much.
Lenny, where are you hiding now?
Let's go back to upstairs. Maybe he's there. We're just screaming.
There you are, Lenny.
Do I look like a Lenny to you?
That was amazing.
Found you, Lenny.
That's not him as well.
How many of you had, pal?
Oh no, I was way too drunk.
Lenny, go away, you're drunk.
I'm drunk as shit. What is this? It's a glitch. Whoa, 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 are we falling off the thing? We did fall. Okay, let's look for let's look for Lenny. Whoa! I'm getting vertigo, man. I'm drunk in real life too now. Wait, somehow we got back in.
I'm Clyde. You got the wrong fella.
The music is epic. Everything is epic about this scene. This is so amazing.
Damn it, Lenny, stop slumping off on me. Lenny, what are you talking about? Been looking all over for you, Lenny. Just go home, will you?
So, is this him? This is him, no? He's twerking. Look at him twerking. I inherited a banjo, mandolin, and a fiddle. What did you say? Hold on. I play woodwind instruments. Are you serious about that? That is amazing, man. All these instruments are amazing. Banjo, mandolin, and fiddle is all the same, actually. You can just play them all the same. Smack! What is happening?
You're a good friend to me, Arthur.
Shut up. Cheers.
Cheers.
Not you again?
What the fuck? Oh, we can drown him here. I'm not killing him, right? I don't want to kill him. He's drunk as shit. Okay, whatever this was fucking epic, man.
Arthur! You alive, Arthur?
Wow, that actually cured my depression right out. At least for 5 minutes.
What did we do?
I don't know.
You pair degenerates.
Bluegrass Country. Mhm.
There's a fine for drunken violence in this town. You're just lucky no one was killed.
Hey, we didn't start a thing.
The music was epic.
Well, I don't remember.
Either you fools got any money? It's $10 and you're free to walk.
Sure.
Now, get out of here. I don't want to see either of you around here no more.
That's a good fucking service, man. Sleep in a safe cell for $10.
So, that was a quiet drink?
First one was pretty quiet.
Yeah, the first one was pretty quiet.
At least it took your mind off goddamn Mikey.
Well, that's certainly true. I gotta get out of here.
I'm just gonna have a little sit down and feel sorry for myself.
Daniel, one question. Can you see your message right now? Because it says I have to allow or deny. I just wonder. Okay, I'm gonna check for my noodles anyways now. Held a message for a reason. Sex-based terms. Allow will post it to chat. Wiener or twerk. Yeah. Is yes, slap. Is twerking sexist? Can we say that? Wiener. You said it in lead speak. Man can twerk, so I'm not sure how it would be. I'm not sure. Be right back. Okay, so I need to know how we know if the game got saved. Is it progress? How would I know? Like, how do I save the game? I'm gonna Google it. So it's food time now, and we're gonna watch something. Let's check out Red Dead Online. This game. So it was on sale, 75% off, right? I had to buy it, and I'm so glad I did. It only cost $15. 15. Alright, let me see if I can find a nice clip here.
Today, I'm exploring Red Dead Online in 2025 to see if it's still active and enjoyable. The main goal of the video is to do some exploring so you don't have to, and determine if the game is still worth playing in 2025. To do this, I'll be checking if Red Dead Online meets 3 specific criteria. First, Can I queue up a PvP game mode or online mission and find other players? Second, how long does it take to find other players in the average free roam session? And then lastly, is the game still fun and enjoyable all these years later? Now, you should know that Rockstar Games have ended active development and support for the game. Supposedly, there is a very active fan base willing to defend it and play it to this day. So, let's explore Red Dead Online and see if this abandoned game has anything left to offer. Now, first off, I gotta say, the game is still beautiful 7 years later. Obviously, Red Dead Online reflects the main story of Red Dead Redemption 2 with its visual fidelity, which has some of the best graphics we've ever seen in an open-world single-player video game. It is still just as easy to get immersed in the wild western frontier of Red Dead Online as it is in the single-player story. The wildlife are roaming their habitats in the game world, and NPCs are scattered throughout, meeting in bigger numbers in main POIs like Valentine, as you'd expect. All this to say, visually and immersion-wise, the game still does hold up in 2025, even if you're playing solo. But a lot of you are probably thinking, solo? What? It's Red Dead Online. There's multiplayer. Yes, exactly. So, speaking of other players, I did try to queue up in a playlist for PvP, player versus player, to see if it was still active all these years later. First thing I noticed was there was a limited series with double XP. If I was going to find anyone, this would be the best option to go through first. And to my surprise, now I wasn't like shocked or anything, but there were some players actually queued up and ready to play some PvP. I joined in on a game that was just about to start, so I didn't get to pick my loadout, and I got thrown right into it. Surprised I got into a game here. Up in smoke. Let's do this, dandies. Deliver the explosives. Deliver your team's explosives into the enemy base to destroy it. Just gonna top off my Deadeye here. Somebody close. Here we go. First fight. A bit close for comfort. Just gonna return this. Okay. Perfect. Got a teammate with me on this side. Just gonna top off my health and then we're gonna push up here. Be over before we know it. All right, teammate, let's go. Come on. You got my back, right? There he is. Okay. Pushing up. Okay. Not seeing. Oh, there's somebody. Dang, dude. I surprised myself. Oh, here's another person. That was so sloppy. Evasive maneuvers. No. No. Somebody help. Help me. Too easy. Getting close. All right, I'm gonna make it here. I'm gonna make it. No, 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 no. Ah, dang it. Thanks, Robin. Okay, okay, we gotta regather here. Oh, sudden death. That was so close. All right, I can eliminate everybody or just oh. Oh. Whew, that was close too. Gotta find it. Here we go. Here we go. I just have to turn this in. All right. First game in PvP done. So technically, albeit through people picking up the game on holiday sale or whatever the cause is, there were players in PvP sessions for Red Dead Online. So it does check that box. The thing is, I did queue up in every other playlist type for PvP and I couldn't find a single match. The other series, even the nominated ones that players favor and upvote at the end of each game, sadly, they were empty. I will say this could vary based on your platform because in this video, I'm playing on PC and there could very well be more players on Xbox and PlayStation. One thing that did really shock me though is after I browsed the PvP playlist, I forgot about races. I joined in a race queue and I got in almost immediately. There were players actually populated in the race and I was able to do 2 back-to-back before people started dropping like flies. Now, I didn't win these races because, gotta say, I'm a little rusty, but there was activity in the races in the playlist. So, if you like racing in Red Dead Online and you want to play in 2025, you're in luck. After people started dropping out of the race lobby I was in, I went ahead and left too. I got back into a new free roam session and I thought it was time to test criteria number 2. How long does it take on average to find another player in a free roam session? And just to specify, this is excluding free roam events. I had an awesome experience with one of those where I seen a lot of players, but I'll get into that here in just a second. Ideally, in a perfect world, finding another player in free roam would take about 10 minutes. But Red Dead Online is huge, and on average, each lobby for some reason nowadays is only holding between about 10 and 15 players. There was a time when Red Dead Online sessions would hold about 30 people, but as some of you may know, Rockstar Games are notorious for using peer-to-peer servers, and what that means, players are the ones that are hosting each session. And that could be a big culprit as to why some of these servers are so small. Red Dead Online uses the same exact map as Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's massive. When you think about an online experience, like compared to GTA Online, I feel like it really does miss the mark. In my personal experience, and mind you, I spent hours just randomly exploring the Red Dead Online map and even server hopped. I ran into no one. Now, while that is true, the servers were technically active. The player list said so. I just wasn't running into them until I went to a main location. Yes, even though it may seem obvious, if you go to a main location in Red Dead Online, your chances of running into another player increase tenfold. Places like Valentine and especially Saint Denis. Thinking on it, I want to scratch what I said earlier. I did run into a couple people outside of main locations, but you could technically still argue that they are main location based because they were the outskirts of Valentine and Tumbleweed. In one scenario, I was being stalked by someone just outside of Valentine on a hillside. I tried to chase him and I lost him. And then in the other scenario, just outside of Tumbleweed, I was trying to clear a weird glitched out moonshine roadblock and then some other players intervened. What's going on with this one? I don't understand this roadblock. Now you're gonna shoot me? That's great. At least they're shooting back now, so I should be able to clear this. This is just one of the many free roam little events you can find if you have the Moonshiner roll specifically for this one. Last guy. Oh, wait, hey, there's people. Other players are here. Yo, hold up. Oh, nope. What's up, Sora? Is that your name, Sora? Siona. Okay. And Noodle. I'm following these guys now. I'm surprised I ran into some people. Let me help you guys out with this. Oh yeah. This is easy. Just gonna take this. Gonna loot up really quick. Why is he aiming at me? What did I do? Siona, what did I do? This is making me nervous, boys. What are we doing here? Come on, please don't shoot me. Please don't do it. No. Okay, I see how it is. Gonna make you regret that, Siona. I'm coming for you. Think I'm just gonna let that slide, dude? There he is. Oh wait, that's Kira. That's not who I wanted to kill. Whoa. Where's your buddy? Where's Siona? Noodle. Where's your brother? Where is he? I know you're in there. Come out, Siona. There he is. Good night. In free roam, I did want to see if I could test the waters, and in my exploration, see if I could trigger some situations where other players might decide to get involved, and in this case, specifically an escort free roam mission. In these missions, your goal as a player is to protect the goods as they get delivered by the NPCs that you're riding with. Other enemy NPCs will try to stop it, but also a little ways into the delivery, the whole server will be notified that you're doing an escort mission and they'll get the chance to interfere. Back in the day, this was basically an open invitation to get griefed by other players. Unfortunately for me, well, luckily for me, I guess you could say too, I didn't have any players interfering with my escort mission in free roam. There were a couple factors though. I was way down south near Gaptooth Ridge, which is really not a common spot for people to be, and then on top of that, well, it's Red Dead Online 2025. So you could say no luck there. I didn't get any interaction with other players. I did a couple more free roam missions just to see in other locations if anyone would bite. Sadly, I didn't get any interaction from other players, but I will say back in the day, this would have been nice. After getting a little bummed out and discouraged, playing a long time, not running into many players outside of main towns, lo and behold, I figured out the best way to find players in Red Dead Online 2025, free roam events. specifically the trader event to defend the goods that are being shipped on the train. Even though no one was speaking, we worked really great as a team to defend the train, but aside from that, there were a lot of players in this session. I was genuinely surprised at how many people joined in on the event. Given it is the best one, I think, arguably in Red Dead Online, but still, this was really cool, a fun experience, and I did enjoy myself. Even though the event was fun, I was looking forward to spawning back into another session after it was over. Unfortunately, I got hit with a disconnection error and I couldn't even enjoy a free roam session with all these people. Luckily for me, not too much longer after that Trader Escort free roam event, I got another invitation to a free roam event for a fishing challenge. Now, in this event, I was getting frustrated with fishing and I let my competitive side get the better of me, so I didn't like walk around to see the other players, but the scenery was nice and I did see a double rainbow. Needless to say, I need to work on my fishing game, but in that free roam event, you could see at the end on the leaderboard, there were a fair amount of people competing. I didn't expect any more than 3 people to be in this challenge. After the fishing challenge was over, I continued fishing a little bit because I happened upon another player spawning nearby me in the session we fell in after the challenge finished. At first, he seemed like he was just fishing, minding his own business, but then I quickly realized he was AFK. After trying for about 10 minutes, waving over and over and over again, I just couldn't get his attention. I tried to even jump on a boat that floated nearby, but it got frozen in the water for some reason, so I just chalked it up to a big L, hopped back on my horse, and took off. For the next couple hours, instead of focusing so heavily on finding other players in free roam, I decided to just chill a little bit and explore and see what the game had to offer me when I just traveled around. And guys, I gotta say, very quickly, I was reminded of how fun this game can be. I will say here though, for a little disclaimer, I am ranked 200. I am pretty much in the end goal of any average playthrough for Red Dead Online. I have all my essentials, I'm usually all filled up on ammo, I have all the things I need to heal myself, fill my stamina, fill my Deadeye, you name it, I have it as a rank 200 player. On top of that, I am max rank in every single role this game has to offer. And for the little cherry on top, I have my favorite horses already purchased and maxed out on bond level. What I'm basically trying to say is Red Dead Online 2025 free roam for myself and veteran players alike is a blast. We can just focus on gameplay and combat without really having to worry about much else at all. Whereas for the average player or even new player, free roam is a much more unforgiving experience because you have a lot more to worry about and you can die pretty often when you're away from camp or a main location. For an example, for me, I was able to come across a moonshine hideout and clear it with stealth. It was super engaging and very fun. I always love doing these as quietly as possible. It even ended in a pretty hilarious, unexpected surprise where the moonshine still blew up after I tried to poison it. But hey, I still completed it. After that moment in free roam, my streak of bad luck would continue because I found an animal poaching site where these poachers had 2 gray wolves locked away in the containers. I cleared the site and then I freed the wolves, but they still mauled me anyway. This experience was also partnered with defending a couple of campsites that were being attacked by bandits and other poaching sites that poachers had captured animals in. This was all in a very engaging 2-hour gameplay loop. I wasn't even worried about roles or hunting or anything like that either, and I could mix those in if I wanted to. All this to say, as a veteran player, I think Red Dead Online does still offer a lot of fun things and you can get some enjoyment out of it on the day-to-day. For those of you that are returning players and you're still a low rank, honestly, I gotta say, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to dig in and try it out and play it for yourself. Give it another shot in 2025. Pass some time, have some fun. After all, it is probably the best online Western experience we're ever going to get. When you take a step back and look at Red Dead Online as a whole, you can see that it really does have a lot of content to offer you. Sure, yes, the game has been abandoned by Rockstar and they're no longer offering support for it, but if you think about it, all the content in online is only there online. You can't experience it in story mode. You've got your very own story to experience through the A Land of Opportunities missions. There are 24 total there. Then you've got the Moonshiners DLC, which brought in 5 more story missions on top of everything related to the Moonshiner role. Then there is the Frontier Pursuit
What's cracking,
stuff,
YouTube?
which is the
I
first 3
am
roles,
back.
Bounty Hunter, Trader, and Collector. And then also, after that Moonshiners DLC I just mentioned, we had the Naturalist update, which brings in a new role as well. On top of that, you have Telegram missions, you have Stranger missions, Blood Money missions, and Free Roam missions. Not to mention all the other miscellaneous stuff to keep you busy, like daily challenges, free roam events, PvP, races, legendary animals to hunt. Dude, the list goes on. When it comes to the full Wild Western online experience where you can create your own character, I don't think it gets much better than Red Dead Online. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my take on Red Dead Online 2025. I hope this video helped you make a decision on whether or not the game is still worth playing for you, and also in general, just gave you a little insight to what Red Dead Online.
So the game online seems to be debuted. Yeah, we will give it a try once we finish the story mode. The story seems pretty epic. Like, I mean, the drunk fight and everything was just ridiculous, right? Check, what is this?
So we're here to talk about Australia going full woke tard, that is, and one of the big areas where that's happening is in regard to immigration. It's out of control, and we have a great example here. We have an individual who's literally washing their crack at a public pool. Families and kids around, bloody disgusting behaviour. If you're sick of this BS, hit the like button, and if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well, because I'm struggling here.
Okay. Which one of you was irresponsible enough to make this warning necessary?
This is effing nuts. Australia has gone off the rails. I'm not sure who to blame this on. Is it the meth heads or the recent arrivals? Take your pick. But this is a good...
Do not insert into anus. Bruh.
lead-in to the pool story. This footage was posted on Reddit, and it says, Melbourne man, in quotation marks, Melbourne man. What it should say is, recent arrival, washes his ass in public swimming pool. God help us. I mean, usually I'd be making a joke about this, but this is just gross. Why are we importing people who behave like this? It just doesn't make any sense to me. They're just importing hundreds of thousands of people with apparently no prerequisites at all. Just bring them in. What the hell is going on? It is crazy. And you saw the kids in the background there. Kids and families just trying to have a good day at the pool. And you got this going on?
What the fuck? Awful. Right, kids, get out of the pool.
The Australian government, much like the UK government, the Canadian government, even the previous US government, have fucked over these countries and no one cares about it. Right, people just, oh yeah, just keep bringing more people in. Yeah, good idea. God help us. It's crazy. And maybe we have an explanation for a story like this. Public swimming pool warning after massive increase in parasitic infections in Victoria. January 30 this year. Could there be a connection there? In another video, I talked about how certain groups out there have been shitting on beaches. And it's a recent trend. What could be causing that, I wonder? Oh, who knows? And what is our Prime Minister doing about all this? Nothing. All he's doing is bending over for China.
Xinyan Kuai Le, Gong Hei Fat Choi. Happy Chinese New Year to everyone celebrating in Australia.
This guy is pure soy. I can't stand this guy. So he's not fixing that major problem. But one thing he is doing is increasing the tax on beer.
This guy is so anti-woke. It's a little cringe even. But let's see what he says.
You have no idea how much we're taxed on pretty much everything. It is crazy. Check this out.
Some sobering news tonight for those who enjoy a coldie or two. A new tax hike on alcohol has kicked in, driving the price of a pint of beer to about $15. At pubs, the tax per litre is now 17 cents higher. The excise increases twice a year in line with inflation.
For my US viewers, the conversion rate is about 1.5. So that's $10 for a pint of beer. And a pint converted to ounces is 16 ounces. So $10 for 16 ounces of beer. Roughly, you'd be paying $30 for a 40-ounce beer. That's how much we ripped off. But this person here, who is the captain of the Australian female soccer team, is not a great woman. In my opinion, she's gutter trash. She got arrested in the UK. And the footage has come out, the body cam footage has come out of her racially abusing one of the police officers. Right, this is the captain of our female soccer team acting like degenerate gutter trash. Check this out.
Did you stay on the phone long enough to even speak to someone? That's the thing.
On us.
Okay, but they wouldn't do that though.
Oh my God,
they wouldn't do that. You should have spoken to the.
You guys are fucking stupid and white. Honestly, you guys are fucking stupid and white.
Okay.
I'm looking you in the eyes.
Why are you
I'm looking you in the eyes. Like that's fucking stupid. I'm over this shit. This is the world problem. Wait on the call. Wait on the call. Wait on the call.
All right. I'll go over at the moment then at 3:17. You're under arrest for criminal damage because there's an allegation that you've smashed that taxi window. You're also under arrest for racially aggravated public order for the comments that you've said. So the reason, that's fine, the reason for your arrest was for a prompt and effective.
One of the very few examples in recent times where I agree with the UK police. This woman's behaviour was disgraceful. She claimed that the taxi driver was trying to abduct her and her partner. I guess she's a lesbian or something. But what the other side claims is that these two women were drunk. It was late at night. They got into this guy's taxi, was sick in the back seat, then tried to break a window. He called the police and said, "What should I do?" They said, "Bring them to the police station." And that's what he did. I think everyone thought in Australia she was indigenous, but she isn't. She's part Indian, part Filipino. So she's not black, right? It's so bad. She's not black.
That was delicious.
Now let's talk about the attempted axe murdering trans person. This was the one, I'm sure you've seen the footage, where they walk into a convenience store, I think it was a 7-Eleven, and just started swinging at people. Footage is very well known around the world.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
They've released that person. They're out in the public now.
A woman who attacked and tried to kill 7-Eleven customers with an axe has walked free from jail. Evie Amati was high on drugs when she went on a rampage at an Enmore service station 8 years ago. She claimed at the time she was depressed due to complications with her gender reassignment surgery. This morning she was released on parole after completing mental health and substance abuse programs. It's understood she's considered a low risk of re-offending.
So someone who literally tried to kill people with an axe is considered low risk now. I mean, I don't care what they say. Keep
what would you do
away
with this?
from me.
No, you have to keep them away. You have to keep them away.
We put on public meetings about radical history and the social justice 50s today, from the Russian Revolution to the rise of Trump and the far right.
Thank fuck that's over.
But let's finish up with some nature action. This is from Fraser Island. I think it's a water spout.
Someone sets that right above their heads.
What is this?
That's nuts. I never ever thought I'd see that in my life.
What is this?
There it goes.
I also haven't seen anything like that ever in my entire life in Australia.
What the fuck? He probably had to mute the video because he got the MCA strike.
That's what's going on. Hope you're having a good day as always, and as always...
yeah, I don't know about that X attacking It does nothing have to do. It does not have to do with her gender or being transgender, but that should not be public. Walking around freely in public, somebody like this. Alrighty, let's play some more video game. I come from the land down under. And what about this guy who was washing his arse in the pool? That's just disgusting, right? He was obviously like washing himself. You don't do that. That's how you get these parasites in the water, if you wash your ass like this. I guess he wasn't like directly cleaning his arsehole, but still it's a little nasty. But yeah, you can't really say it's immigrants, but it's more and more of them doing it. The world is crazy after all. Okay, let's go. So we just got kicked out of jail, or actually, you can rest by holding Y. Your cost will not drain while resting. Am I resting now? Your stamina core is empty. So we're gonna have to eat something here. Okay, I don't have access to my statue or whatever it's called. Alright, so we do feel like shit apparently. Oh, here it is. Good, let's see. There it is, the dead eye. Okay. What is the symbol for stamina? It's the bolt. Slightly restores health core and moderately restores stamina core. That sounds good. Canned peaches. That sounds like something you want to eat after binging. This is for both again. Our health is fine. No, actually our health core is also messed up, right? Yeah, let's get both of them here. Okay. Beans. Any horse in the chat? Any whore? I'm just gonna follow the red path, but I'm not sure what it is. Oh, is that did I mark? Is that a map? Yeah, alright, so where do we wanna go here? Okay. So how do I like access a quest log? Is that it? No, compass. Nope. And I don't know much about this journal. I need a horse. Is this mine? So I was looting and stealing. Now I'm wanted. Let's get the fuck out of here. So there was a witness. Yeah, I was about to say there's no way I can just loot this. Fuck. Oh boy. Okay. The law cannot see you if you continue to evade them. They will eventually stop looking for you. Okay, okay. Man, my face is so itchy. I think by Monday we can work out again. The law are no longer pursuing you, but your crimes won't be forgotten. If you are spotted by lawmen in a red area, you will become wanted again. Shit. Have posted a bounty on your head. Avoid them or pay off your bounty at a post office. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's right. Big. Okay, what's this? Go hunting. A 1,000-pound bear. So we're just going hunting now? I'm up for it, let's go. So we're gonna ride him. You can remove the saddle from your horse and transfer it to another. Make it your horse. I'm a little scared. Oh my god, he's massive. Oh shit. So I'm gonna have to pay off my bounty, I suppose. Couple of days, huh? Oh, he does feel faster. Let's unpin. How do I unpin? Oh. So Jenny was a girl. I thought it's a boy. We're calming the horse. Okay, so they do want us here, yeah? Sell or stabled horse. Stabling a horse allows you to store it at a stable so you can access it later. If you sell the horse, you will be paid. Sell for 65 only? That sounds terrible. I just want to stable him, I think. Let's see. How much money do I have? I'm short $2 for the American Standard breed. Oh, okay. Let's sell something. Okay, how do I get out of here? No, I don't wanna buy it. Back, I want back. I can only buy. Bro, I wanna buy this guy now. We can sell stuff, I know. But I can't leave, it doesn't let me leave. I have to buy. No. I wanna buy this. I can't press B, I can't press back. Let's see, what is the difference here between this guy and this guy? This one is actually much better, huh? Handling standard. Right? But I can't leave. So I'm forced to buy my horse. Palomino. Or we can go back. So horse bonding achieved. $15 is a steal. I don't want this horse. It's so small. No, this is a baby horse. Whoa, 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 hold on, hold on. Am I forced to? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. Oh. Oh. We can also restart mission. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's play with this now. Let's see, maybe it's gonna turn out nice. It's quite faster, actually. It's always just way too pretty to look at, huh? So good. I wanna see how far we gone. Ooh. That's quite far. Okay, so this is Valentine. And our camp was somewhere around here. That makes sense. Hunt a rabbit. Horse cargo. That is not it. Here it is. We can pet it a little bit. Brush. Feed. Good grill. Let's see. Oh, here it is. So we are hunting for rabbits. What is the yellow thing on the map? Is that the rabbit area? Because I don't see any. Right. So I just saw a rabbit here. Oh! Black-tailed jackrabbit. Holy shit. Go to Hosea. A rabbit is big. Oh, it's a juicy rabbit. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Ah, I see. Hosea, Hosea. I got me a rabbit. To show the weapon wheel. Switch to the item wheel. Slot and release to use. Use R to select the camp. Select an item, push R in any direction. Wait, what? So where do... He wants to camp here? Okay, I'll take the place. But let me see, how does this work? Gives you a place to rest in the wilderness. Release LB to use. Oh. But we're right at the road. That's not that good. Craft, cook. Playing game. Show all. Ah. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Cook. Eat. cook another or exit the crafting? So I can stow? What does it mean? Hold on. Wait, do I have 5? From one rabbit? One rabbit yields 5 cookings? And now I can stow. Good. Yeah, let's cook them all up here. It's all one by one, okay. I like how slow the game is. It's just slow. Everything is like one by one. So this must be the last one. Let's see. Yep, I can't cook more. Okay. Sleep. At first light. We are right by the thing. Right by the road. Is that good? £1,000 bear. Let's see. Potent. Excuse me. Potent predator bait. Civilization. Wow, look at the water. So what did I tell you guys? We're not gonna crash, and everything is on ultra. So we can use, yeah, Eagle Eye. Okay, okay, okay. There he is. He's a little laggy. Wow, did you hear that? I think right now there's too much going on the screen, like all the water and stuff. Press RB to focus on the track. Is he going? Wait. No, no, no. He came from the woods. He went in here. Inspect. Okay. I think Jose is gonna die. To the bear. I'm scared. Oh, goodbye. I think bait. If we split up, he's gonna die. Select the potent predator bait. Where do we find it? It's here. That is in kit. Berries and fish. I like Hosea. He's an old timer. £1,000. I don't think I'm good. My horse is here. Oh, there she is. Oh shit! Oh my god! We're getting reverended. Shoot! Run! My HP gone? A big game hunter. Wait, I was all mauled up and stuff. What happened to him? I wanna get him. Thing is, even if we kill, how are we gonna, like, what are we gonna do with his corpse? Wild carrot. What is this? I can just pick flowers. You now own multiple horses. You can store up to 3 at the stables. Okay, okay. Right, what's with my HP? It's good again. But my core is bad. So I'm supposed to... Stamina core and that, no? Here. Good, that was good actually. Give me another one. Great. Where's that fucking bear, man? We have a question mark on the map. Okay, let's go for the son of a bitch. Stop tracking. It says RB. What is RB? That's shooting, no? Oh shit! Not again! Shoot! Wow, I think we got him. You piece of shit. You have killed a legendary animal. Sell the pelt to the trapper. You can craft it into a unique outfit. Damn, dude. Fuck. Okay, skin. That's a good knife. Bro. What with all the meat, though? Wow, look at the hide. The hide is like 200 pounds. So yeah, there was a dead eye. How do I actually activate that eye? That was cool as fuck, dude. Okay, I think we need to eat a little more biscuits. So what do we do with this? Don't tell me we just leave him like this. Oh my god. Such as a rearing. So now let's head back to our camp. And we can sell the pelt to somebody. I don't see it here. There was like a symbol of like fur. I don't see any here. So let's get back here, I suppose. And then there's a quest. Strauss needs to talk to us. Okay, but what is this? Right. So there's like multiple quests popping off now. Interesting. Okay, so I see a stable here. Here it is. Is this it? Trapper. No. Wait, is it? It is. Alright, let's go. Yo, Daniel, are you still here, bro? Oh my. What is this? Where? There's another mister. Who is she talking to? Oh no. And this guy continues. How? Gotta deadlift the horse. Well, people are passing by. Oh no, what's with the horse? Take home. I'm kind of busy in Annesburg. I'm not so sure. Because I'm kind of in a pale situation right now. I probably have to remove the pale to save her, right? Oh, the game is good. So we have to decide if we go for woman or pelt. You know what? I'm kind of a busy guy, and this road also seems busy. She's gonna get helped. I think I'm going off my way. I'm sorry, ma'am. I got shit to do. Good. That's good. The game is so good, dude. It lets us choose between the pelt and money or the grill. I mean, you saw the one random guy running, passing by us, right? She's gonna get helped. It's all good. I got a legendary pelt, like what the fuck? So do I have to go for this way, or can I just like go through the map more directly? Let me check here. So, oh yeah, okay, so there's like a river, and we're gonna have to cross a bridge, I suppose. So this is all way too pretty, man. Holy fuck. I'm not used to this. In the next 5 years, we go virtual reality with goggles. LT. Sir, I have this pelt. I have to be on foot. Do I have to remove the pelt? Rabbit pelt. Legendary bear pelt. So it has triple stars. $60. That's all the interaction we get? Oh, come on. Is it all? Okay. Good, 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 good. You can craft garments. Let's see what we can buy here. Oh, shit! Oh, Jebediah! Yo, this looks good. And damn, ooh, fancy. Hello. The Ghost Bison. The Bronco Buster. Marauder. Oh, dude, these look fancy as fuck. I like them. Okay, I kinda like the Bear Hunter because it looks stupid. Oh, it's $40. What does it do for us? Slightly warm, pair with other warm items for protection from the cold. Recipe. There is a code. Booties and gloves. I don't think I need any of this. What about these? Okay, I see, I see. I guess we can come back to this guy. There's no need to buy anything, I don't think. It's summertime anyway, so. Okay. If there's anything I can take, I'm not going to. Trapper has a permanent shop in St. Denis. Alright. Let's go back to camp. Is there fast travel? What is this? Oh, stable. Let's get back to Hosea. Bounty hunting. So we could go here. Let's head back to camp first. The bounty 15, what does it mean? I'm gonna try and learn the lingo for next time. Next time is gonna be on Monday though, because tomorrow and Sunday we're gonna play The Last of Us. Grim Reaper, Yamete Kudesai. Wait, is that Japanese? Owae wa mou shindeiru. Right, so there's the post office. Should I check out if we can like kill our bounty? It's only 15 bucks. It should be only 15 bucks. My horse is gonna get flatted by a steam engine. What is this? Emerald Ranch. I do think my horse is gonna get. Yeah, let's call it here. Okay. Train tickets, pay bounty. 15. New Hanover. Pay. Yo, my OBS crashed at the exact time it did last time, I believe. So that is interesting. Okay. I should be back door now. What the fuck?
Mighty fine day today.
Let me check again here.
Hello again.
Pay bounty, train tickets. Okay, so St. Denis, Annisburg, cool. And we can actually fast travel to Valentine. Interesting. We are quite far. Okay, I wanna see, can we get here? What is this called? The Heart? Twin Stack Pass? Or should we just ride through the thing? And we have Letneck Station. Nope. Wallace Station. Okay, let's ride.
Thanks, mister.
Maybe we find something interesting on the way.
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Howdy.
Hey there, mister.
Howdy.
How's it going?
I won't bore you with the details. Bad.
All right, well, good luck.
Bye now.
It's cool, everybody's just talking to each other. Can I hop on? Jump to wagon.
Damnation.
Witness. Vehicle theft. No! They're running away.
Come on.
I was just... Okay. I was just kidding, man. Right, so if I kill both of them without anybody seeing me, then I'm fine, right? Yeah, now I'm wanted. Alright. Great stuff. I mean, we could have just jumped on the wagon and not steal it, right? Was that no option?
Mister. Hi there, mister.
So if the wanted fades, then we are fine, right? But there's gonna be a bounty on our head. I just paid, man. Bruh. Oh no, not again.
Hello, sir.
It's a grill.
Hey, partner. Hey, partner. That's a well-made wagon. Well, all the best now.
All the best.
Called out.
Good luck out there.
Maybe charity will find you.
What is this?
Penny for the blind.
He's blind.
Penny for the blind. Penny for the blind. Penny for the blind.
I wanna give him a dollar. How?
Penny for the blind. Penny for the blind.
What are you doing, dude?
Help a blind man.
What are you gonna do with the penny? There it is. I'm gonna get 0 honor for this, cause nobody saw it, and he doesn't know who I am.
You are not who you think you are, sir. Which is lucky.
All right, friend.
What the
Don't
hell?
waste any more time with an old blind man. Go out
Okay.
there and become who you are.
Sure.
Come on, girl.
Okay. Am I still on the right path? Oh, we have a question mark. Let's head back to camp. I want to turn in. Is it always where the smoke is coming out? I'll wait until we tell Jose about the bear. But we don't have any meat to show for. Why didn't we like take some meat with us? I think bear meat is pretty good.
Run him down.
Oh no, Driscoll's. Whoa, whoa, whoa! They're killing me, they're killing me. I'm dead, I'm probably dead here. Oh, bullshit. How they shoot them when they're behind me like this and I'm on the horse. Dude, they just ambushed me and the blind guy says I'm lucky? What?
Been too long, girl. Yep.
Fucking Bristol's. I get good one day. I'm gonna smell them from a mile away and just dead-eye them all, dude. Motherfuckers. The game set me up, dude. The blind guy telling me I'm lucky. I didn't understand first. I was like, am I running into a situation or am I the situation? And then it was too late.
Yeah.
So I was able to heal. Like I drank some tonic and I got like instantly healed some HP. That was cool. It's good to know. So it's like tonics. Okay, we're back. I know this place.
Who's that? It's Arthur. Welcome back.
Ooh. Question now is, how do I save? Funds. So let me see if I know how to do this here.
So that feller who was hassling you in Valentine.
I'll tell you another time, okay?
Okay, sure.
Is it here? Sleep? Morning, evening. Let me Google how to save.
So the only thing that makes you happy is...
Oh, I didn't even stream the game. Oh, this is because OBS crashed. Head into the game menu, pressing the options button on your controller. Options button.
I suppose I never thought of it quite like that.
What is the options button?
You never read?
Head into the game pause menu by pressing the option button. I think you mean this. From here, scroll down to story and hit X. That is not it.
Well, I could if I tried.
Help. Progress. Story. So we completed 11%. That's cool. Also, we press story. Save game. Oh, here we go, dude. Okay. Save your progress in a new slot. Yes. Exit pursued by a bruised ego. Okay, cool. So why did OBS crash? What's that about? And like the same thing. the same time. I'm gonna check out some news from Germany.
Ab sofort nur noch 290 übrig bleiben, so US-Medien. 2 Gewerkschaften klagen bereits dagegen, halten all das für verfassungswidrig. Tatsache ist, vielen sozialen Projekten droht das aus, wie die Unterstützung für das weltweite AIDS-Programm. Wir schätzen, dass dadurch die Zahl der AIDS-Toten um 400% steigen wird. Das sind 6,3 Millionen AIDS-bedingte Todesfälle. Trump hatte bereits im Januar die Gelder für die Behörde USAID gesperrt. Seine Begründung: Steuerverschwendung. Im vergangenen Jahr wurden rund 50 Milliarden US-Dollar in Entwicklungshilfe gesteckt. Die USA gelten als das größte Geberland weltweit. Sie stemmen alleine rund 40%. Betroffen wären so auch Bildungsprojekte oder die Bereitstellung von Prothesen für ukrainische Soldaten sowie die Hungerhilfe.
Ich komme jetzt gerade zurück aus einem Besuch im Südsudan. Da habe ich mit Menschen gesprochen, die vom Krieg im Sudan geflohen sind und in einem Flüchtlingslager leben. Die direkte Auswirkung ist, dass von heute auf morgen das Wasser abgestellt wurde, die mobile Wasserversorgung, dass viele Hilfsorganisationen ihre Arbeit einstellen mussten.
Die Auswirkungen treffen die ganze Welt, beispielsweise durch eine schlechtere Eindämmung von Krankheiten oder mehr Flucht. Und die fehlenden Hilfen hinterlassen ein Vakuum in oft instabilen Ländern.
Ich meine, es ist weltweit zu erkennen, dass da, wo Hilfe fehlt, dass da, wo Gesellschaften immer instabiler werden, da haben natürlich radikale Tendenzen immer einen viel leichteren Stand. Und da haben natürlich Tendenzen zu antidemokratischen und autoritären Gruppierungen, Staaten, Interessen ein viel leichteres Spiel.
So könnten beispielsweise China oder Russland ihre Präsenz und ihren Einfluss in den Ländern weiter ausbauen.
Zugeschaltet ist Christina Lewinsky aus unserer Politikredaktion. Also Christina, man muss sagen, eine Woche nach diesem Showdown im Bundestag und auch nach all diesen vielen Stimmen, die gesagt haben, das wird Merz auf jeden Fall schaden, kann man jetzt unterm Strich wohl sagen, die Umfragen bestätigen Friedrich Merz in seinem Kurs.
Diese Zahlen sind tatsächlich sehr interessant in diese Richtung, Feli. Genau eine Woche ist es her, dass es zu dem Showdown kam im Bundestag. Wir haben dann viel berichtet, auch über die Demonstrationen. Tausende Menschen, die auf die Straßen gegangen sind, die Friedrich Merz scharf kritisiert haben für sein Vorgehen. Und diese Zahlen, diese Umfragen, die wir jetzt eben sehen, da sieht man dann doch, dass vielen Menschen offenbar es in der Sache dann doch eben richtig erschien, was Friedrich Merz getan hat und der Weg dahin dann doch eher eine zweitrangige Rolle spielt. Und das bedeutet jetzt natürlich zwei Dinge für Friedrich Merz. Einerseits wird er auch bestätigt eben in seiner Haltung. Er hat ja letzte Woche immer wieder gesagt, Richtiges wird nicht falsch, dadurch, dass die Falschen zustimmen und hat damit eben verteidigt, sollte die AfD zustimmen, dass es dennoch richtig ist in der Sache, nämlich eben die Migrationsbegrenzung, die stärkere, die schärfere Kontrolle in der Asylpolitik. Und das war eben sein Anliegen. Und ich denke, es ist möglicherweise auch Ausdruck dessen, dass die Menschen eben eine Verlässlichkeit daraus ablesen können, dass er gesagt hat, das ist meine Politik, das ist mein Weg in der Migrationspolitik, in dem Asylkurs und dass ich mich davon nicht beirren lasse, egal wer von welcher Seite zustimmt. Und das andere ist sicherlich, dass er die Reihen so ein bisschen schließen kann, möglicherweise innerhalb der Union, denn es waren ja durchaus auch einige Abtrünnige mit dabei. Es waren die sogenannten Merkelianer, über die immer so gesprochen wird, die möglicherweise eben auch sich bestärkt hatten durch Angela Merkel, die ehemalige Bundeskanzlerin. Sie hatte sich ja geäußert in einem Statement auf ihre Webseite, was sie nur sehr selten tut, hatte sich in die Debatte eingemischt und Friedrich Merz für dieses Vorgehen kritisiert. Jetzt geben die Zahlen ihm recht. Ich denke, dass das vor allem für ihn auch persönlich eine Art Punktsieg bedeutet gegen seine ehemalige Konkurrentin und Rivalin Angela Merkel.
Schauen wir noch mal auf die Grünen, Christina. Bei Robert Habeck, da gab es ja diese Woche ordentlich Verwirrung um seinen 10-Punkte-Plan zur Migration. Wie sehr schaden denn jetzt diese öffentlich ausgetragenen Unstimmigkeiten innerhalb der Grünen seinem Wahlkampf?
Ja, öffentlich ausgetragen, nicht zuletzt, weil ja auch zum Beispiel die grüne Jugend dann reagiert hat und nochmal einen eigenen Punkteplan auch vorgelegt hat und doch einige verschnupft waren über dieses Vorlegen des Punkteplans. Annalena Baerbock, die Bundesaußenministerin, hat dann versucht, das Ganze einzufangen, hat jetzt gesagt, naja, das, was drinsteht in diesem Punkteplan, ist ja nichts anderes, was in verlängerter Form, in ausführlicher Form auch sich in unserem Wahlprogramm findet. Also sie hat versucht, das so ein bisschen dann zu entschärfen, die Kritik an ihm. Aber natürlich ist the communication stupid, könnte man sagen. Und nicht zuletzt war es ja Robert Habeck, der vor einigen Wochen erst einen Vorstoß, der auch nicht abgesprochen war innerhalb der Grünen Partei, zum Thema Kapitalertragssteuern getätigt hat, musste dann auch wieder zurückrudern, weil im Prinzip niemand in der Partei verstanden hat, was er überhaupt damit meint. Und gerade wenige Wochen vor der Wahl, da ist es sicherlich nicht zuträglich zu verwirren, vor allem eben, weil der Kampf ums Kanzleramt dermaßen eng ist momentan. Und man sieht ja auch, dass in den Zahlen, die wir jetzt auch sehen, in den veröffentlichten Umfragen, die Grünen nicht wirklich vom Fleck kommen.
Christina, danke schön für deine ganz aktuelle Einschätzung.
Let's find something to watch. Mm.
Hey folks, Mike Israetel here for the Making Progress channel.
We watch another mic.
Like more and more people are starting to try to
Ooh, Avoidant Personality Disorder Deep Dive with Dr. Honda at Psychology in Seattle. Oh my god.
You're anxious.
We're watching this now. That's gonna be a good one. Oh my, okay. Alrighty, guys. Some light in here. So this could be very triggering. Okay. Alrighty, guys. So the next clip we're gonna watch. Alrighty, guys. So the next video we're gonna watch is Avoidant Personality Disorder Deep Dive with Dr. Honda at Psychology in Seattle. By the channel of Dr. K, Healthy Gamer GG. So Dr. Honda has a very nice podcast called Psychology in Seattle, and he goes about all kinds of things. One of his, I guess, favorite topic to talk about is attachment theory by Bowlby, and I made a deep dive last year for myself. Also made a video about it where I'm going through all the attachment styles and categorizing myself. So yeah, disclaimer, major trigger warning, not only for you, but probably for myself. I don't know what's gonna happen. I have not listened into this yet, but I'm very curious and I'm giga happy. This video got out 5 days ago, so yeah, I'm very happy that we found this one. It's probably gonna hit home hard. All right, let's go.
You're anxious, and then you're awkward, and then
You're
you get
watching
shut,
on
and then you develop
125X.
this idea that there's something deep down in your soul that makes you inherently rejectable. All the other personality disorders have pathologically distorted perceptions. The child learns early in life, no one cares, no one's there for me.
my mind was just blown. So I have so many thoughts. So I was just telling people that you're an expert in in personality disorders. But do you want to start by just telling us a little bit? And I think today we're going to be talking mostly about avoidant personality disorder.
Okay.
I love how he says, okay. So if there are other things that are available, cool.
Yeah. Well, we had brainstormed lots of things. So
yeah,
I sort of mini prepped a lot of things this morning, but yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us a couple of the other things that you kind of thought about or talked about? I know we prepped, as you said, for a lot of things.
Well, yeah, we talked about schizoid personality disorder as well, and maybe just about loneliness in general and what can cause isolation.
Yeah, awesome. So that sounds great. I'm personally curious because I've worked with very few schizoid people in my clinical career.
I don't usually come to therapy. So,
right. Yeah. So I think I would love to hear about that. But do you want to tell us a little bit about kind of who you are, where people can find you on the internet?
Yeah. I have had a podcast and YouTube channel called Psychology in Seattle since 2008. And we do all sorts of things, podcasts and reaction videos and deep dives and lots of things.
Yeah.
But I've been a therapist and a professor since the late 90s.
Wow. So you were doing podcasting before it was cool.
Yeah. I don't know why, but I was.
Yeah.
No one was listening, but I was doing it anyway.
And what kind of stuff can people expect on your podcast?
Yeah, I have a hard time elevator speeching it because on one hand, we'll do a deep dive on a personality disorder, for example, and I'll research for 6 months and talk for 12 hours, and it'll be from several different angles, and I will feel like it is a mini dissertation. Or I will react to Love is Blind and just go, what was that? And I'm never diagnosing from afar, but I am using it as a launching pad to talk about relationships and attachments and
amazing
conflict
podcast,
resolution,
amazing
infidelity, that kind of stuff. Or I'm talking with one of my co-hosts who are all really good friends of mine, and sometimes we're reacting or we're responding to emails, or we're talking about a movie we saw. When you create 20 episodes a week, you got to keep the needle moving, and so
you make 20 episodes a week.
I mean, it depends on the week, but yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but my understanding is you work a lot as well, so you know the drive to like keep going.
Sure, but I mean, I didn't mishear you. You said per week, not per month?
Yeah, like right now, Love is Blind Season 7 is on, and so I always will react to that because it's my favorite reality TV show, and so I will put out 2 episodes a day just for that. But then there's also the audio podcast and stuff, so yeah.
That's so cool. I think, so here's, I think your channel is phenomenal, and I think part of what I really like about it...
Here's, by the way, but I am quite honored. I never thought that you would even know who I was and give me the time of day, let alone have me on one of your videos. So I'm quite honored by this.
Well, we can. You're very welcome. I am equally honored because you've been a professor since the 90s. I was like in elementary school in the 90s. so to have someone of your experience and just breadth of stuff is super cool. Yeah. And I think strongly recommend everybody check out your channel. And I think it's a really good fit for people in our audience because, like you said, I think a lot of people come here because they want mental health in different ways, right? So like sometimes it's a conversation, sometimes it's like a deep dive or like dissertation, sometimes it's like, and I think you do react content incredibly well.
Yeah.
And so I think you do a fantastic
check
job
out the
of
Love is
things
Blind
that are
thing.
entertaining and already people are like watching or into. And then you sort of make like learning about psychology, psychiatry, and mental health like fun. And in a more packageable way. So strongly recommend everybody check out Dr. Honda's channel.
Yeah, I kind of fell into it at the beginning of the pandemic. I was bored like everyone else during the initial days of the lockdown. And I had heard of this show that everyone was talking about called Love is Blind. And I never watched reality TV. But I'm sitting there with my wife and I'm like, well, we have all this time to kill. So I started watching it and I found myself actually liking the show and bothering my wife with like, no, they shouldn't be doing that. They should try this thing, and I was like, maybe I should stop bothering my wife and I should just bother the internet with this. And then I didn't think anyone would watch, but it sort of blew up and then, here I am.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah, it is along those lines of like finding things that people are already interested in. Because, I've been podcasting since 2008 trying to break through the SEO on some level. And whenever people would find me, they would say, I can't, you need a better SEO or something because I just, I finally found your content and you've been doing this for so long. Well, the trick is if you sort of jump into the stream of content that people are already Googling, then you have a greater chance of actually coming across people's feeds.
So I think we have some people on our team who I think understand that stuff really well, and they're super awesome.
Yeah.
And so let's let's dig into personality disorder. So can you start by just telling us what is a personality disorder?
Yeah, well, it's complicated, and even when I explain this to students, I will tell them and hope that they believe me that me describing a personality disorder, and even having gone through a few courses studying personality disorders and other disorders, they're not really going to get it until you actually know the academic side, the research, DSM criteria, and hear it from an expert and hear all the vignettes, but also experiencing the individual. If you out there have had someone in your life close to you, or you are someone that has a personality disorder, things that you do, then you have a much greater chance of understanding. But if you don't have someone to reference, or you haven't experienced it yourself, even if you think you get it, I'm just speaking from my own personal experience, it's hard to grasp. But the easiest way I can describe it is that it is a disorder in perception. And I don't usually hear it described this way, but I find, which makes me wonder if I'm off base in some way, but I find that all personality disorders, aside from antisocial, which is kind of an anomaly depending on how you look at it, but all the other personality disorders have pathologically distorted perceptions. Like a common personality disorder that people might know about is borderline. And so with this personality disorder, the distorted perception is that people are about to abandon me at any given moment, even when they're not. So it's not delusional, it's not hallucinating, it's not psychotic, but it's borderline psychotic, which is why it has that name, in that the individual is convinced of abandonment and reacts accordingly, even when there's no evidence of that, or extremely limited evidence, like someone doesn't text you back right away and you are triggered and you become convinced. With other personality disorders, it's a different core pathological perceptual distortion related to the relational traumas that were chronic in early childhood.
Okay,
so that's the shortest way I can describe personality disorders.
Sure. So what happens in avoidant personality disorder?
Yeah. So I always find that with any personality disorder, just for my own sake, I will understand it through its hypothesized and frequently found early relational trauma. And then once you understand that, then to me, it all kind of fits together. Because like, again, with like borderline, if you just read the criteria, it looks kind of like a jumble of behavioral observations, but when you understand that it all generates from an abandonment trauma, then it's like, oh, okay. So with avoidant personality disorder, the childhood trauma is that on, baseline is, and really this is true for all personality disorders, is there's general abuse and neglect that is present and lack of attunement. So the child, because, all children go through bad things and have bad moments, but if they don't have someone to turn to that is safe, that can listen to them, attune to them, and help them, then they're left to their own devices to come up with their own defenses against that fear and danger and threat. And that's similar, and that's the same with avoidant personality disorder, is that there's some sort of neglect and abuse. Often it's neglect, but
yeah,
second,
I didn't have anybody. I'm
feature
thinking
of
like, what did I do?
Ongoing relational trauma is that the child is made to feel excessively afraid of social situations, which of course makes sense, right? But this can look a lot of different ways, right? It can look some obvious ways where you have a child who is, and it can be subtle. You can have parents who, maybe there's conflict, there's divorce, maybe the parents aren't the best parents in the world, but you don't characterize your parents as the worst, but they're not really there for you. And when you were 2 years old and you had a pain or a fear or a boredom or a joy, your parents just weren't there. Maybe they were avoidant themselves, maybe they were depressed, maybe they were working too much, maybe your family was experiencing war trauma or something. But anyway, so there's some sort of neglect. And then the parents are trying to get you to go to daycare or to preschool, and they push you into it, and they don't have a good approach to it. And your experience in that preschool or in that daycare was not pleasant. And when you get, and that's very common, but then when the child comes home or gets picked up by the parents again don't attune, and they don't listen, and they don't notice. And so the child learns that they're alone in the world and they cannot turn to other people, and that there's a constant threat of being humiliated and rejected. And it develops into this perceptual distortion, which brings it to a higher degree than social anxiety, because we have regular social anxiety.
Jump in for a second?
Please.
Yeah, so this is awesome.
Oh, thanks.
Love it. So I wanted, because you're covering a ton of good stuff, so I wanted to first of all make sure that I really understood this, because I have never heard personality disorders described in this way before.
Okay.
And I struggled a lot with learning about personality and personality disorders during residency training. So I'm going to just repeat back. So you said, so I think it's really interesting, because when we look at like some personality disorders, when I look at something like, let's say BPD or something like that, there's more frank or overt abuse, right? So there's like a very high history of physical abuse or sexual abuse for people who develop borderline personality disorder. And the way that I think about personality disorders, I think about non-personality, or maybe we'll get to this in a little bit, but I think about personality disorders is very similar to what you're saying in terms of it shapes the way that your brain, your psychology, your mind, and your physiology develop. So when we're young, right, the concrete is still wet, and if we draw in it, it'll kind of solidify in that way. So based on your upbringing, kind of the way that you're shaped is the way that I think about a personality disorder, and perception is absolutely a huge part of that, and I think it's a beautiful way to just launch into everything. And so what we're talking about in avoidant personality disorder is not so much frank abuse, but more neglect. And
Right, typically.
And this is also why I think it's hard for people to recognize that, right? Because it feels normal to them. And we hear stories of things like physical abuse or sexual abuse. And some people will be thinking about their childhood and they're like, none of that happened. So they think that they don't even realize that there is a developmental trauma or neglect or something that could have shaped you in a certain way. It just feels really normal to them because the red flags that they have heard about don't apply to them.
Exactly.
And then I thought it was super cool how you described this like made to feel afraid of social situations, because then the question in my mind was, what does that look like? But I love your kind of 1-2 punch, forced into daycare. And then when daycare is bad, you get bullied, whatever. And then when they pick you up, that forced into a social situation plus the neglect or absent parent is really what like clicked for me.
Yeah.
Right. So when you come home and you tell your parents, hey, I don't like daycare. And then they're like, not paying attention. And it's really interesting because I can think about the patients that I've worked with, and the ones that are okay are the ones that only have one of those two things. So if you get forced into daycare, but you have supportive parents when you come home, you'll be okay. And presumably. And then if you go to daycare and it's not traumatic, then you'll be okay. But when you have those two things, that's really what is the birth of avoidant personality disorder.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And you rinse and repeat that because you're anxious and then you're awkward and then you get shunned. And then it gets worse and worse and worse, right? And then you develop this idea that you're inherently ridiculous for some reason. And there's no point in even trying because everyone knows that you're ridiculous. There's something deep down in your soul that makes you inherently rejectable in social situations that everyone can see. That's the perceptual distortion, is that everyone knows how ridiculous that I am, you know? There's no hiding it. So there's no point in even trying to hide it. And maybe no point in leaving my house.
If y'all want to dive deep into the most important topics for our community, check out HG membership.
Dude,
So
two of my psychological heroes
This is Aficionado 2. Your mind is
in
Vasana's
one video.
all the
That
way
is
down.
amazing.
The key thing about detachment is not that you don't have wants, it is that your wants do not control you. Membership grants you access to monthly streams as well as a back catalog of a year's worth of content. In addition
much
to
is the
quests
membership?
and so much more. If you're interested, you can sign up for $10 a month at
$10 a month.
healthygamer.gg/memberships or click the link in the description below. Hope to see you there. So how does that cycle, can you tell us a little bit about how someone goes from not having fun at daycare, and then you kind of alluded to the cycle that results in such a concrete belief about inherent rejectability that is impossible to hide, which I think also is just a brilliant way of describing it.
Yeah. Well, it's chronic, and even in the well-meaning parents, they might even bring their kids to therapy, but if there isn't enough, so the cure, if you will, the treatment involves the correct. So I summarize in my mind all therapy into two prongs, which is awareness. So you have cognitive therapy and other kinds of discoveries about the self, so you can discover the triggers, you can manage things better in the moment. But the other prong is corrective experiences, and for people with avoidant personality disorder, awareness is important and can definitely help, but it won't take away the intense fear and the propensity to distort reality to fit the way things feel. So the corrective experience is to have social situations that go relatively well, and the individual habituates to that while they are being loved and attuned to. So that, commonly in my world can look like someone who has a spouse and a therapist with me who cares about them and is loyal to them and understands them and attunes to them and doesn't reject them and doesn't buy into or doesn't slot into their perceptual distortion that they're going to be rejected and that they're ridiculous. And they, venture off into what they believe to be risky social situations and do their deep breathing and reassure themselves, and it's a graduated exposure. And then they come back to me, they come back to their spouse, and they're welcomed back, sort of like the opposite of what happened when they came back from daycare, that kind of thing. And you rinse and repeat that enough times, and the neurology eventually habituates, and a new story and a new reality and a new perception, a new feeling is generated.
Okay, so that's cool. I'm wondering about, so there are a couple of assumptions that really worry me about that. So the first is that there's a spouse.
Yeah.
The second is that there's a therapist.
Yeah.
Because I imagine a lot of people with avoidant personality disorder have trouble engaging in romantic relationships.
Yeah.
Where's
Well, yes, they have trouble with the beginning because it's risky. But once they actually feel they can trust someone, which is a big leap, right? I mean, there's a lot of things you have to do to get there. Then they're actually, they revel in that, right? Then they're just, because it's not close. I mean, not all, but frequently people with avoidant personality disorder, if they have a family member or they manage to get in, through awkwardness, maybe they find someone who's also kind of awkward and they go down the road and bumble together, then there's not as much complications as there are with other, like with borderline. It's sort of the opposite. The closer you get to someone with borderline, like a spousal relationship, the more you're going to be distorted and transferred to. But yeah, I hate to say that treatment and change and alleviation of symptoms involves things that for some they don't have access to or will have a great difficulty overcoming the anxiety to get there. But that's the way that I see it, and that's how I've experienced things. It's a select sample size because I happen to have clients who are in that category, right? I don't treat people that I don't treat. So but it's the way that I see how we operate as human beings. We're perhaps the most social creature that's ever lived in the universe. And if we're going to develop these things socially, then we're going to get out of them socially.
Okay. So when you're working with someone who has avoidant personality disorder, you said at the beginning is hard, but then later on it becomes a little bit easier once you establish that trust and safety. Can you tell us a little bit about what that process looks like?
Well, everyone's so different. And as I'm talking, I'm referencing like a dozen people, and every one of them is different. And when I think about this course, the course of them either in the past before I met them or during or after, how they manage to cultivate, for some people, they just they don't really associate spousal or romantic or sexual relationships with the risky social.
Interesting.
Yeah, they don't. It's like they might be okay with Tinder, but they're terrified of small talk with the grocery store clerk or introducing themselves at work when, over Zoom, and there's like, okay, everyone go around the room and introduce, but to even just walk up to someone on the street and introduce them, everyone's different is the thing. So it can kind of depend. Plus with romantic relationships, if someone pursues you, then you can kind of get over it. Plus you have this urge, from several angles in your body that might say, I don't care if this freaks me out, I'm going to do it anyway. So there's that. But, then I also know people with avoidant personality disorder who have never had any romantic relationships and have given up on that ever happening and are absolutely terrified of things like Tinder. That'd be worse than talking. So, everyone has their own journey and associations. And it, to me, has to do with where their traumas came from. If your social traumas came from acquaintances or, sometimes it's a waitress, like you're forced to order for yourself, and it's a spike in distress. And, so for some people, it's those kinds of interactions. Others, it would be like on the playground when you're flirting or some other people come over on the playground and start wanting to talk with you. And that's more emulative of what a peer-to-peer romantic relationship. So, everyone
Okay.
has a different, and usually what I find is that people, there's some in, like there's some oasis of comfort and finding that is important, to capitalize on it, kind of pour all their in. For some people it's younger people, they like to be a daycare worker, and they don't have any nervousness around kids, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so it's interesting because it sounds like what I'm hearing you kind of say is that, so we have this experience early in childhood where, or not experience, several experiences, right? It's chronic for it to be a personality disorder. So there's this pattern of forced social interaction followed by a lack of support.
Yeah.
And then,
well, it'll feel forced to them. It can be forced, obviously, but they will feel pushed into it, like no, and then it'll go horrible for them. Yeah.
Okay, right. So and then they develop a perceptual distortion.
Yeah.
But that perceptual distortion circuitry doesn't necessarily translate to things like romantic relationships, right? There are some situations or age differences. So like our brain has basically figured out what triggers this kind of cycle.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Yeah, for some, those traumas will be triggered. Those circuits will be triggered with the beginning of a romantic relationship, but for others it won't be.
Okay. And
they won't be triggered necessarily if they have an established relationship with like a sibling or even a parent. Those relationships won't trigger them at all, and those people will say, if only the rest of the world knew you the way that I knew you, because I see you around other people and you're a completely different person. And when I'm with you, you're this, easygoing, funny, spontaneous individual, which is common for people with avoidant personality disorder. They often will have one person. Now, sometimes they keep that person at arm's length, but I am more optimistic when I have a client who says, oh yeah, I feel comfortable around my dad and we're really close and we see each other every other day and he's my guy, you know what I mean? And so that's we can capitalize on that,
Yeah, so I'm curious, can you give us so a couple of these examples are awesome. So like this sort of getting feedback of, oh, you're a completely different person around me. I see this version of you. What are some other things that you've seen or kind of common experiences, almost from a qualitative research or subjective experience? If someone has avoidant personality disorder, what is their experience of life? What does it look like or feel like?
Well, it can look a lot. So one angle that I've alluded to or described briefly is that they're convinced that everyone knows that they're ridiculous. It's a very common, whether they wouldn't necessarily frame it that way, but they might have a very common social anxiety that is, even that is extremely excessive. Like they have to plan for several hours before there's a meeting at work in which they might be asked to introduce themselves, and they are worrying about it and thinking about it, and at best, honestly, they're practicing in the mirror. This is what I'm going to say, But often people get so bogged down in the anxiety that they can't even do that because imagining it and planning for it actually exposes them to the anxiety, which is overwhelming to them. So there's that. They will often choose jobs that don't require those kinds of random social interacting. But other people, I had a client once that was convinced that everyone knew that they dressed and walked weird, that as soon as they walked out of the house, that everyone would notice that they were incredibly unfashionable, like ridiculously, laughably goofy when they dressed, and also the way that they walked, just their gait, the way their arms would swing, they just would so they would do everything they could to, try to make sure that they were as unridiculous as possible, even though they knew that they were. But that would make them look a little weird because when they're thinking about every muscle movement as they're walking,
what he's talking about.
Awkward.
People probably don't care, what I mean? If they do notice, they're just like, oh, that guy, has a limp or whatever.
I feel latently,
and then they see people kind of react occasionally because they are
mildly have
like, see,
also this kind of
knows, and
problem.
I should just go home and the foundation of
but it
this,
took
which
me
might differentiate it from
a
social
while, and
anxiety
eventually I
itself, is that
do not care about
believes deep down
anything
that there's
people
something
thinking of me.
inherently ridiculous and rejectable about them. There's a defect deep down that they only have, honestly. If they hear other people that will say similar things, they're like, well, yeah, but I really have that defect, and they just, because of the way they were treated, right? They were shunned and they went through these social anxieties. They developed an almost magical thought that there's something inherently defective about them, and then they find something in society to latch onto, like fashion.
I identify
like
with this,
or like the way they swing their arms, or like the way that they talk, or whatever, or how good looking they are.
and I have gone
And
a
that
long
helps
way
them
to
feel
feel
like,
so
well,
much
at
better
least
about
there's
it and
some
understand
concrete
it, and
reason why I feel the way I
now
do.
not so
We
much
strip
anymore.
away, and we combat that, in therapy, cognitive therapy and narrative therapy and stuff. And we strip away that, and we're like, no, empirically, all these people are saying that's not how they see you. They're still left with the knowledge. They know that they're defective and rejectable. There's something wrong with them. Maybe it's not what I originally thought it was, like my fashion, but I still know. And so
This is
that's what
triggering
effective
because I'm
experiences
thinking
can
about
do,
how I
they
was
can
back then.
actually go through enough experiences to
But at the
create
same time, I can handle it
new
because I'm
circuits
not anymore.
that show them otherwise.
Yeah, so that's
I'm very far from it, very
when I
far.
was learning about schizophrenia.
But it's still like there a little bit.
Understanding
But
that
I'm
the
very
basic
far.
problem there is a hyperactive pattern recognition in the brain. So what happens is people will have this feeling that they are being watched. And then what happens is once they have the feeling that they're being watched, then they start to interpret the world around them And this is why people who are like paranoid or delusional will believe that the FBI or mafia is following them. It's really interesting. It's not that they have direct data. It's that they, first of all, I feel like I'm being watched. And then they notice this person is sitting in a car across the street. They notice that when they go into a gas station, there's someone who has a blue hat on. And then the next time they go to a gas station, there's someone else with a blue hat. Is this some kind of uniform? So the part of our brain that generates patterns is hyperactive. And then what happens is their intelligence, their analytical capability kicks in and asks themselves the question, who is it that has the resources to deploy all of these people and follow me around? It must be the FBI. It must be the mafia. It has to be some sort of, worldwide organization, Illuminati kind of thing, because who else could pull this off?
Right. Yeah. And we all do this, right?
Yeah.
Our feelings are first, and then we fit reality to our feelings. None of us are not like that, if that's a sentence.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I don't think many people understand that.
A common experience is if you are dealing with the other side of the aisle politically, and you're thinking, how did you come to that conclusion that's divorced from the facts? And they're looking at you in a similar way, depending. And that's, I think a lot of people will conclude, well, it's motivated reasoning, it's confirmation bias, and that's all just manifestations of this is the way it feels, and so I'm conforming reality, or I'm cherry-picking reality to justify the way that it feels. This feels scary, or I've been convinced of that. And research shows that, that if you've been through trauma, then you're more likely to believe in a conspiracy theory, right? You're more likely going to believe that there's a powerful force that is conspiring against you, because that was actually true when you were 3. There was a powerful force conspiring against you. And we all, and I do this all day long, and it's probably helpful in a lot of ways, right? Like if I believe that my 2 dogs love me, but I can't confirm that, I'm going to look for, the dog comes to me when she's scared of fireworks. That means she loves me. It helps me to sleep better at night.
Yeah, so it's I think it's interesting because you're mentioning a couple of things that I kind of want to highlight. So the first is when we're talking about avoidant PD, one thing that I thought was really cool was your people seem to do a lot of mind reading, right? So if you are convinced that you know what is in someone else's mind when they look at you, I'm sure that this person thinks that I look like an idiot. That's one really powerful feature of it, right? When you because you don't know what's in someone else's mind, but something is telling, you believe that you know what's in other people's heads. The other thing is the uniqueness of it, that one person potentially with avoidant personality disorder can look at someone else and say, you are ridiculous for believing that. But I'm sure that I'm fundamentally flawed. And so the third thing that I thought was really interesting is that the way that you almost described how they latch on to a particular defect, but the defect is deep rooted. And then they try to find some reasoning for it, because honestly, and that's almost seems a little bit protective to me, because at least if I have an explanation, if I feel horribly broken and I can blame my awkward fashion sense for it, that almost is protective, because then I know why I'm broken. And it's not this raw feeling of unbrokenness. It gives you some sense that, okay, if I could fix this one day, and I know they don't try to because they feel like nothing ever works. Or maybe they try and they just feel like it never works because that's not actually the problem. But I think it's really interesting how, so when you're working with people, do you kind of, as you strip away those distortions, what happens to that raw feeling underneath?
Yeah. And by the way, it's brilliant of you to make that connection. I actually had never thought about that, that it would be almost like a defense. It's almost better to think it is fashion than it is something deep to my core. So at least in the conscious mind, it's a temporary reprieve from what they believe to be true because of the mistreatment they went through growing up.
I love this.
But when people have those defenses or surface level conclusions stripped away, it can actually be worse for them. It can feel raw and hopeless. Like as you're saying, at least with fashion, there's a chance, right? But if it's just you, then there is no chance, right? And that's where depth therapy actually helps. A deep relationship with a therapist. So that because it'd be tempting if you're a friend or a family member to just say, don't do that to yourself. You're a good person, and to try to reassure the person, right? And maybe that would temporarily help, but that's not going to take it away. A trained specialist would understand, okay, we've arrived at something that will take potentially a few years of corrective experiences and hard work to actually chip away at. And here we are, and it's okay. And I'm thinking of a few moments in my mind, and it can be scary for me too. I'm a human being, and I don't want someone to feel that way about themselves, and it'll break my heart. and I'll absorb their anxiety about having to look into the abyss. But when I'm at my best, I'm like, it feels like an abyss, but it's not an abyss. And it feels like an emergency, but it's not an emergency. In fact, the fact that it feels like an emergency means we've worked hard to get to this place, which is a very necessary place. And this is the same with all personality disorders. There's a moment of looking into the abyss and having that fear. It can happen in the first session, but it can also happen in like the 100th. But the trick is that you, at the very least, as a therapist, have to believe that it's not an abyss, that there are things down there. There is a self there. There is safety in the unknown. And we just have to, search around in the dark or start turning up the dimmer switch, to see it. I don't know if I'm making any sense. But when it comes to avoidant personality disorder, that looking into the defect, the inherent defective self, and for me to say, I'm glad that we're here. I'm sorry that you feel this way. But the fact that we're here means that we have gotten to a certain phase, and it sucks, and it hurts, and it's scary, and it's the worst. And, I'm in it with you, and we'll go through this together. But know that I know that you're not defective. Know that I know that there's nothing wrong with you. And know that I know that you were told that and treated in a way that was like that to convince your 2-year-old self that that was true. But know that I know that that was not true.
Yeah, it's so interesting. And I think you made a lot of sense for people who have been there. I love this concept of looking into the abyss. Because when I work with, it's so interesting, because you said, antisocial personality disorder is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
So I work primarily with cluster B personality disorders.
Yeah.
And I just think they're more fun.
Well, they're more likely to come into therapy, that's for sure.
And so the interesting thing is when I work with people who are sociopaths, we look into the abyss, and I love the way you describe it, because I think every patient that I've worked with has this experience of looking into the abyss. There's one moment where we look into that. Interesting is with people who are sociopaths, we say, I say, there is an abyss there. I see it, you see it, and it's okay. What are we going to do about it? Right? So I think their emotional architecture is also a little bit different, to where that's not quite as scary to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so I think you described it well, and I think this is the hard part for a lot of people, is that the deeper we get into describing what happens in therapy, the less words work.
Yeah.
Right. So you just have this moment where everything is kind of laid bare, and it is super scary. And I think what you're really describing is that's really healing about that, is that in that moment they're not alone.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you look into and see the worst parts of yourself, there's someone there who doesn't reject you.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you say, hey, I think it's just feelings, and they're like, no, it's reality. I think the beautiful thing, and this is what little clinical experience I have, is that in that moment, what they believe or don't believe is not nearly as powerful as you being there with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, so what time next week?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And that's, that's the magic, right? That's the formula, is consistency and being with someone, and the client puts their hope in you because you have hope. Because it's too much to expect a client to have hope about that. It's too overwhelmingly convincing to them in the specifics of avoidant personality that the individual is defective and ridiculous. But they are convinced enough that you're convinced, and you are an expert, so maybe there is hope. My therapist has hope. I'm choosing to go along with that. I'm taking the leap. But
yeah,
and that's hard to do, because you could just say, as a therapist, I have hope, but you have to be, connected on a deep level with the client, and the client has to be convinced of that. You can't just do this from the sideline. You got to get in to the scrum of it,
So I think when you say take
absolutely,
the leap,
because anything else is not going to be believable.
Right? So before you take the leap, you know everything. Your logical mind is fixed. You have all of the answers.
Yeah, and
so if you really think about it, that confidence in your beliefs
hypercritical
is that's not neuroplasticity.
Because after all, they're looking for somebody to trust.
When you take a leap into the unknown, that creates a question mark from a psychological perspective. And what I've kind of seen is that's what really triggers the change, is being able to take that leap. And then that's the moment that, like you're saying, you start to question. And when you start to question your beliefs, that's when the brain starts to change, the mind starts to change.
That's the first step.
I'm kind of curious.
I mean, you would know more than I would, but isn't that one of the theories as to why SSRIs work, is that it doesn't make you happy, but it makes your brain more plastic. It makes your brain more flexible to change in those moments.
It is absolutely one of the theories.
Yeah.
But I think that the tricky thing about SSRIs is that for most psychiatric medication, we're not too clear how it works.
Right.
So I think there's absolutely some evidence of neuroplasticity induced through SSRIs, but the mechanism of that is also questionable. So, people who are very anti-SSRI basically will even acknowledge that the one thing that an SSRI does is emotional numbing. So, and it doesn't make you happy. It just potentially makes you less sad. And what I would say is the mechanism that I would kind of lean into there is if you look at emotional numbing, then I feel less sad. And what are we talking about? We're talking about when an emotion is very, very strong, you are more convinced, right? So when I'm super, super depressed, it's not depression, it's reality.
Right.
And so if we quiet the emotion, then it opens the door for more cognitive flexibility. And that's evolutionary, right? So if we think about why have emotions evolved, they've evolved to short circuit analysis. If I slap you across the face, your analytical mind is not going to be like, I wonder what he's going through today.
What's the ethics of slapping people across the face? I wonder what Plato would say. No, you need to just react, Yeah.
Maybe if I, yeah. So I think it's interesting. So I think that's one mechanism of potentially neuroplasticity. The really interesting thing is if we look at, I think there are more robust studies on, maybe not more robust, but if we look at the mechanism of action of a lot of these like pilot studies on psychedelics, neuroplasticity is a huge part of it. A lot of the meditation literature is about neuroplasticity. And so I think we absolutely see that as a goal. The really interesting thing is that even if we look at psychedelics and meditation, we just did a stream about this recently, and what's interesting is it just induces neuroplasticity. What you do with the neuroplasticity is up to you. So one of the really scary things that I've seen is when people hear psychedelics are healing, they'll be suicidal and depressed, and they'll take psychedelics with the hope that it heals them. But all it does is induces change in the brain. And if you're in a negative environment, you can actually end up way worse. So I've seen a ton of patients who have anxiety disorders, PTSD from bad trips. And if you look at psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy or the religious traditions, what you tend to find is that when they use these neuroplasticity-inducing agents, you have a guide like a shaman or a guru or a therapist who helps you then integrate that experience and make sense of it in a much more positive way. That's probably what's responsible for the healing. And like what we're describing is, when you're in that moment of staring into the abyss and they take the leap of faith, you're in the room with them. And if they do it on their own, it can be way too scary.
Yeah. I feel like I just took psychedelics and my mind is blown. That's interesting how all those connections, I'm going to have to chew on that for a while, but I like it.
Yeah, so maybe a conversation for a different day after you've had a chance to chew. And I was wondering if we can kind of switch gears a little bit for a second. Sure. So tell me a little bit about the difference between social anxiety and avoidant personality disorder.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you that if it's fairly severe social anxiety, but not beyond the fuzzy threshold into a personality disorder, you present that case and give each clinician a good amount of time to assess, maybe 5 sessions. You're going to get varying diagnoses, some saying it's just high-level social anxiety and some saying it's low-level avoidant personality disorder. But a common differentiating factor with a heavy asterisk is that people with social anxiety tend to know that they have excessive anxiety without treatment. They tend to understand, I have this phobia of meetings or of social situations, and it's all in my head. I get up in my head and I'm convinced that everyone, and I know that they're not, but in the moment I get stressed out. So when they're relaxed, they often, but that's the thing, is it's a heavy asterisk because some people with what we would call social anxiety don't have insight into it or have pockets of lack of insight, meaning that they are convinced that people are thinking negative things about them when they're not, or that they're inherently ridiculous when they're not. But that's generally the demarcation line, is, for me anyway, it's the pre-treatment, pre-awareness, the extent to the semi-delusional perceptual distortion. How convinced are they of the fear when they are calm, and how severe is it? And sometimes it's very obvious, right? If someone is absolutely convinced that they are the most disgustingly ugly person on the planet, and as one human in the culture, I'm looking at them and saying, I mean, maybe you're a 6 out of 10. I don't know, but you're definitely. And even if you were a 1, I can't imagine. What are we talking about here? Like you're just this H.P. Lovecraft, like unnamed spaghetti monster face or something. I don't even know. Like, what do you like? That's the image. So that would definitely differentiate it from social anxiety, right? But not everyone has that kind of obvious perceptual distortion that they latch onto. So I, in practice, don't really differentiate between the two. The treatment is essentially the same. If someone's in the middle zone, it doesn't really matter what label we put to it. It's similar with borderline. If someone is, on the moderate end of the scale or moderate middle of the scale, and another clinician might say that they are sub-threshold and just have traits or have severe preoccupied attachment or something, it doesn't really matter. The treatment's the same.
Okay, interesting. So a couple of things that I'm taking away. One is that, so how do you know you have avoidant personality disorder? If you look into the abyss and there's a Cthulhu-esque monster there that makes you not human, fundamentally not human, right?
Yeah,
you are a Cthulhu-esque monster wrapped in a human form.
Yeah.
And
everyone sees it.
And everyone's going to see it, which is why you have to avoid them, and you have to go out to a cabin in Massachusetts, which is, what happened with H.P. Lovecraft. And so that it's such a great characterization. And I also really like this kind of
Is that what
fair point that these diagnoses are essentially artificial distinctions that we make, right?
Yeah.
And that the underlying pathology is all along a continuum.
Yeah, because people with social anxiety often have a similar background, a similar trauma, a similar path. Yeah.
And I'd say what I kind of heard there, which is sort of squeezing it through my understanding of the difference between the two, is actually kind of the degree of pervasiveness to it, right? So if you have a psychological architecture that develops at least somewhat in a healthy manner, and then social anxiety happens to you later. So I think that, diagnosis really starts to spike around puberty, for example. So you can have a relatively normal childhood, but also a heavy asterisk there that you probably had some of these experiences which make you somewhat vulnerable. And then, so since you have that normal personality architecture develop, then social anxiety sets in, which is what allows you to see and have some degree of insight when you are calm. Because hold on a second, I wasn't that way when I was 8. Something's changed. Now I recognize that I'm not, I have friends. I'm able to see that at times. And then depending on the physiology stress level, depending on what's going on in your amygdala and things like that, you can lose that insight. But it's essentially the way that I kind of conceptualize it, or the way I teach it is, personality disorders are about the way that you're shaped. And then usually what we used to call kind of axis 1 diagnoses back in the day, right? These are things that happen to you. So you developed relatively normally, and then something happens. But I completely makes sense that there's a shared experience and there's a fuzzy line in the middle.
Yeah.
And that from a clinical perspective, the treatment is the same. So
right.
And
right. That's all. Yeah. That's just another way of saying the way that I see it. Absolutely. The pervasiveness and the structure of personality that for people without a personality disorder, with just social anxiety, and just social anxiety can be crippling, by the way. It can be really, really debilitating. That the individual baseline has, what some literature will call an intact personality, or their reality checks are stronger, their ego strength is stronger, that kind of stuff. But I will say that you can have what we would call social anxiety and feel pretty confident as a diagnosis, and also have a personality disorder. You probably wouldn't see someone diagnosing someone with social anxiety and avoidant personality disorder, but you could have social anxiety and say borderline personality disorder,
Sure.
or some other personality disorder. So it gets a little weird. But yeah, what you're saying in the beginning is, these are constructs. These are things that we in psychology and psychiatry construct as a way of conceptualizing behavioral clumps and experiences so that we can research and guide treatment. And, it tends to pan out. These labels have been around for over 100 years, or at least the concepts have. Maybe the exact wording of the label has changed over time, but the construct of avoidant personality disorder and other personality disorders have been around for a long time, because there's just been a lot of observation of humans that seem to fit into this category.
Yeah. So speaking of kind of long time and changes over time, so what's your take on the rise in technology and how that affects social anxiety or avoidant personality disorder?
Well, on one hand, it has been helpful because subreddits will provide these extremely quick SEO found, forums and communities where people are, generally speaking, healthy and speaking openly. And
Maybe people
I, as a clinician,
on
will
Reddit
sometimes read these subreddits just to remind me of the variance within a
I have only
particular
bad
personality
experience
disorder. I,
with Reddit
have
people.
to filter. And I can't
Actually hate them.
I'm always a little skeptical of people self-diagnosing, of course. So I'm always reading a post and thinking, okay, where's the marker so that I can be assured that this person actually does have this disorder? And I would say half the time I'm not satisfied in that way. And it makes sense, because the landscape would be hard for people to discover. But
Yeah,
at the very
everybody's
least,
self-diagnosing
the internet
all
has
this.
really helped. You and I are on the
Even
internet right now,
myself.
talking to people who might have never even heard of a personality disorder prior. And we see the evidence of that. The problematic tip of the iceberg is that people are labeling everyone a narcissist these days and gaslighting and stuff. And we can lament that, but that's the result of having worked for decades in our field to raise awareness about abuse and about personality disorders, and moving away from just in like, you know, the idea of inherent spiritual badness, you know. So we see some ill effects, which, you know, I didn't predict, but well, how was I supposed to know? But overall, you have a lot more people going to therapy, and you know, people tuning into this live stream who 30 years ago would have thought, well, that's for crazy people. Why would they want to watch two clinicians talk, you know? So, so there's a lot of good things. The bad thing is that it can inadvertently create a platform upon which individuals lack the exposure that typically will occur naturally when you have nothing to do at home. You know, like when I was a kid in the 70s, there wasn't anything to do. You know, there was 3 TV channels, and none of the programming was geared towards kids.
He's
so
60
aside
years
from, like,
old.
before
He looks
school
like
and maybe
he's
an hour
40.
after school, and you know, you just were bored out of your mind. And toys weren't as prevalent. You know, there weren't as many cheaply made, readily available things to play with. Certainly, there's no video games, and so you either had to read, draw, or climb trees with your friends, and that's what I did. And so with the internet and with media, you have a lot of young people and old people, you know, adults who, you know, if there's several Y's in the road, and if there was no internet, there was no technology, there were no video games, they would say like, oh, okay, fine, I'll go knock on the door of my neighbor and see if they want to play, or something like that. And then you just, you know, you go through the normal exposure and habituation and trials and tribulations, and you know, hopefully not always, but you progress through that experience, learning that things are going to work out in the end, and bad things will happen, but you know, overall you'll get through it. And because the other people depend on you, because they don't have video games either, you know, so if they don't want to shun you because they don't want to be alone, they don't want to be without. So you know, I'm not saying anything mind-blowing right now, but you know, I think that we see that, and that seems to be the consensus, is that there's a lot of things conspiring for isolation. Helicopter parenting is another factor I think that people identify.
Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like you're kind of, and that's been my experience too, that I think when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, you know, when you got bullied, when things were socially difficult, you kind of didn't have a choice, right? So you were kind of tossed into the deep end, and it's like sink or swim. And so it was a really brutal, I had a really rough period of time between probably 5th grade and 8th grade, and it was like, you know, you just had to learn, there's no retreating to anywhere.
What happened?
I was bullied very heavily.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Ouch.
Yeah, it made me who I am today. So
have you found them? Have you looked them up and given them the finger and said, "Look at me now, MFers"?
Not really. Yeah.
Do you want to?
I used to want to, but
I want to. I want to find these guys and tell them, "Look at him."
You find the people that bullied me?
Yeah.
Why?
I can see you as a 5th grader. I don't know what happened, but I can visualize it. And to think that people would mistreat anyone, but, you know, mistreat you, which I imagine if your demeanor is similar in the 5th grade as it is now, that it's, you know, curious, smart, active, a talker, but not harmful and not, you know, problematic, not worthy of being targeted, you know. And to think that there would be people that would habitually, you know, target you and harm you is upsetting to me. It makes me angry. It makes me want to go to those people and say, I don't know. I don't know what I would do, but it just, I guess I want a time machine and go back and like alert adults when you were in the 5th grade to tell them to protect you or something. I don't know. I just have that urge.
Yeah, so I
He wants to protect him.
This is great, dude. I'm loving this because, you know, oftentimes what we do on stream is I do what you're doing.
Yeah.
And it's fun. This is the first time I've been on the receiving end, and it's quite the experience. So thank you so much.
I apologize if it's like invasive or
no. I maybe I was caught off guard because I wasn't expecting it. But my first, you know, the thought that popped into my head is like, well, I do this shit to people all the time, so like, you know, so and I think it's important to do, right? So I think it's important to acknowledge. I think
his
for me
story triggered the
personally, like, I
protector
think
in
a
him,
lot of
and he
that-
likes him so
I
much that
used
he
to
gets
sort of
triggered
feel that way, and I remember I
to
had
wanting
one
to
experience
protect
where I
his
went
past.
back to my hometown,
That's cool.
and I ran into one of my bullies at a bar, actually. And it was sort of, at first I felt a little bit triumphant, and then I sort of like realized, so like I have a history of kind of spiritual practice, and I think a lot of that stuff has to do with ego. So like, you know, wanting vengeance.
Before he keeps talking, I know exactly where he's going with this. And the vengeance thing, it looks like Dr. Honda has more sort of a drive to get vengeance, and Dr. K does not. But I think Dr. Honda is approaching it more humanly, more healthy, and not denying this drive for vengeance. Vengeance is actually healthy for us, and it's a legit emotion. And Dr. K is trying to let it go. I don't know why, maybe, but is that the new zeitgeist? Is that how you have to deal with this? Still, I think I like Dr. Honda's approach more. Let's see where he's going with this.
On people is like a gratification of the ego. Is it sad? Was that kid hurt? Sure. Yes, absolutely. And at the same time, part of my post-traumatic growth and part of my narrative and part of the work that I've done is like to really stop and think about that, right? So just because it was sad for that kid, that this is part of the experience of life, that negative things happen to us, I happen to believe that that's my karma. So did I do anything to deserve it? Maybe not in this life, but that all things, there's an order to things, and that also those experiences make me part of who I am today. And this is pretty post-traumatic growth kind of, you know, narrative rebuilding and all that good stuff. But like, I really do believe that. And so now I try really hard to not hold ill will towards them, because they too were just kids, right? Like, I mean, a fifth grader, they don't know what they're doing. They're, you know, and so it's like, what's the point of, you know, going back and telling them? I mean, there can be some gratification. There can be a sense of justice. There can be a giving in to anger. But I generally have the attitude of, like, what's the point? Like, I'm on this earth for who knows how many more years? Like, do I want to spend any iota of energy going back and feeling triumphant? Like, there's like more important things to do.
Yeah.
So
well, the litmus test would be, and I will ask this as generally as possible, but you and I are on the internet and will experience occasional groups of people that are coming after us, you know? And the litmus test, I guess, would be that as you and I go through this, are we having understandable and within normal limits reactivity to that? It's hard to deal with regardless, but if we are unresolved or still
An eye for an eye.
processing these feelings of past bullying, then I guess we would see symptoms of overreactivity.
Or underreactivity.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So
it is very good to me. But it's interesting. I have a very similar experience. I wasn't bullied, generally speaking. I was a big kid. I actually was one of those kids that would walk around trying to act like I was shorter because I felt so awkward because I was so tall, you know, and so big. And, you know, it was the 70s and 80s, and because I'm Asian, everyone assumed I knew karate and I could kill them, you know, or something, because I grew up in a mainly white community, and so there was that worked for me, which kind of meant that I never really learned how to fight well, because no one would ever fight me, but anyway. I was in like 7th grade, and I'm walking home, and it's, you know, the Pacific Northwest in Seattle, and it's kind of cold in the winter, and as was the fashion at the time, you didn't wear socks, so my feet were basically numb, and this bully, this older guy, I had no idea who he was. Him and his friend are walking right towards me as I'm walking home from school, and he walks up to me, and he just stomps on my foot as hard as he can and pushes me down. And
oh my God,
I'm just like flabbergasted. I'm like, what is happening? Did I do something? Did he mistake? And he just continued walking. You know, looking back, it's obviously, you know, likely that this guy had something going on in his life, maybe some home life problems, who knows? But I got home, and I just peeled my big toenail off my foot. It still isn't quite attached to my body, because, you know, once that comes detached, it doesn't really reattach very well. So if I want to, I can like trim that nail. Anyway, it's gross. But I ran into him in my adult life in a bar as well. And he was with all of his friends that I recognized, you know, older people from my school. And I had a couple beers, and I'm just like, I'm going to go confront this guy. You know, I'm going to go get him, because he took me by surprise. We're the same size now, or I'm bigger than him. And so this is going to happen. So I go up to him, And, you know, I kind of get in his face and I'm just like, do you remember me? And he's like, at least he's saying he doesn't remember me. And I say, well, you know, I tell him what he did. And he just sort of looked down at his feet. And all of his friends looked at him and said, did you do that? Did you do that to him? Why would you do that to him? And he just looked ashamed. And it took all the wind out of my sails. And I just said, yeah, maybe don't do that or something. And then I just walked away. But it was similar to you. I'm just like, oh, you know, you're not this big monster. You're just a regular struggling human like anyone else. And it's not the same like it was back then. And it just completely, you know, before that was a time when I wasn't a therapist and wasn't trained. And so I didn't have the perspective that I do now. So, you know, planted this seed that would later grow to this idea of just like people who we might look up to as monsters or as, you know, these evil creatures are more likely they are struggling and ashamed, and it manifests in this hostile, harmful, possibly bullying behavior, you know?
Yes, especially if they're kids.
More off topic, but
No, I think this is great. So if I can respond.
Yeah, please.
So the first thing is like it's super scary how senseless and random that is.
Yeah.
Right. So like I'm kind of thinking about just because I think in some ways not to get too comparative here, but I'm thinking about my own experiences and how sort of reassuring the certainty of the bullying was, right? So it was like every day, but like I knew what I was getting. So like I kind of knew where the danger zones were. So there was like safety and there was danger, but that was at least clear, if that kind of makes sense, right? So there are like some people
follow the rules, you wouldn't get bullied.
No. I mean, but I know that. Well, so not like the rules at school, but like I knew how to become invisible. I knew that PE was going to be rough. I knew that if we played dodgeball, like that was good because my only job is to dodge things, which when people throw things at you a lot, like you get pretty good at, right?
Okay.
So and when I'm hearing your story, it almost like seems kind of like more frightening to me because it's like random and senseless, right? So you're like walking down the street and you're living your life and the world is like a safe place.
I was actually walking my girlfriend home, which is another detail.
Right. So and now there's like this aspect of like humiliation involved, right?
Yeah.
So you're made to feel so much less than, and there you are with your sockless shoes in order to be fashionable and cool and your feet are numb, right? And then also like the I mean, it's like, I don't know how to say this, the deepness of the lingering physical representation, right? Like that wound, like you literally carry it with you.
Yeah.
And it's, by your words, gross. So like there's something like about that and now it also makes a lot more sense, right? So like your angry reaction is like, okay, so you're like, this kid doesn't deserve this. I want to go back and like protect him. And I felt very cared for in that moment. I felt really emotional. My palms became sweaty, right? And it's like, I just met you. And your ability to see into that and care for me in such a profound way. And now what I'm understanding is like, it's not just me, right? It's also protecting you. And sort of the sense of injustice and how, and that's probably also why both of us are on the internet, because we also recognize that there are a lot of people out there who don't have people advocating for them, right? People with avoidant personality disorder who get shoved into situations and then no one is there to attune them.
Yeah.
And so even this whole exercise in this moment, in this conversation is all a very, very distal manifestation of trauma and the work that we now do and how it gets shaped into people and all that other good stuff. So I don't think it's off topic at all. I think it's off topic, but it's not. I mean, I think this is what we're here to do.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2 hours of live streaming. You got to keep the needle moving somehow. So might as well just talk about ourselves narcissistically. But yeah, no, I feel really cared for too. You have that ability to hear and reflect and make, I feel seen, I feel understood, I feel like you care and that you were absorbing,
Yeah.
I didn't expect that to happen during today's live stream.
Me either. And I think that's what blew my mind about this, and I'm really grateful, is like how, you can do this. Like we do this every day.
Yeah.
And even if you're an expert in it, how well it works. So when you do this to me, when you care for me, like I know exactly what's going on. My analytical mind is like, well, I didn't know exactly what was going on. I was caught off guard. And then as you shared your story, I was like, oh, this is interesting, right? But it doesn't matter whether you know how the magic trick is done. The magic still works. And
yeah, right. Because it's not really magic. I mean, I know your meaning, but it's sort of like being an art critic or something. You still look at art and go, wow, that's some amazing art. It's working on me. It's the same. Love and support and expression and understanding and connection. This is real. Or a cook who's like understands how everything is made, but they can still
eat some. I love that analogy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, if I can circle back a little bit,
please.
So I think we're gonna have to figure out what just happened here. I think is very significant, and I think something I don't know what to do with that, but I also want to honor what we're the work we're here to do and make sure we have enough time for that.
Absolutely.
But thank you for this quick tangent. And I have no idea how chat is going to be responding to this or what they picked up or whatever. I'm so curious about that, right? So
I thought you were watching. I thought you were.
So I tune in 100% when I'm talking to a human being. I really just completely ignore numbers and
we're flying without a net now.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I think because even if my attention is a little bit fractured, I think it changes the empathic resonance.
Yeah.
But we'll check in with them. I'm so curious. But kind of going back to this, so I was hoping we could talk a little bit about schizoid versus avoidant personality disorder, and if you could talk to us about schizoid. Because I want to say I've seen maybe 3 patients out of 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 that I've seen in my career that have schizoid personality disorder.
Yeah, I've seen an increase, I think, because of the internet and because of the crisis of loneliness and because of the destigmatization of therapy, and that therapy can now be sought out on the internet over Zoom or over video conference, and that is less of a risk for people to take. It's much easier to just click on connect than it is to drive across town and park and da-da-da. So there's I think anecdotally been an increase, but to speak to the same language that we were using with avoidant personality disorder or the same format, I'll start with the original trauma as I see it. And this is related to research. I'm not just completely flying blind here, but it's hard to research this sort of thing because you're asking people to retrospectively self-report what their childhood was like. We, for good reasons, don't have the ethical, leeway to take 1,000 kids and take 500 of them and treat them in the way that we think will produce schizoid, and take the other 500 and not do that and see what happens. We can't do that, so we have to, hear stories and develop models, and so this is an integrative model for me. Is that with the childhood neglect, the childhood trauma is that of neglect mainly. So with avoidant personality disorder, it's definitely on the neglect side, but it can also have classic abuse, positive action, harm to children. But with schizoid, it's almost always, significant neglect. They can be abused too, but definitely hands off. And schizoid people will report that when they were young, they were left to their own devices at best, and at worst, they were just actively shunned. Or sometimes even schizoid people will say that they were treated like an object, like a pet. Like they would be, like one story was that they were carted around to friends and family like they were so cute, or they could do this trick or something. And they felt special when their parent was carting them around. But as soon as they got home, they were just completely ignored and rejected. And they were like, oh, I'm just like a plaything, like a toy or an automaton, which is something that schizoid people can sometimes start to believe, that they aren't really human, that they're a shell of something, because that's the way they're being treated. So the other element is that they're very commonly, with this trauma of being neglected severely, is enmeshment or invasive. Enmeshment meaning lack of boundaries between the parents somehow. Like a classic example of this, which is a minority of reports, of experiences, is that the parent will suddenly and aggressively and traumatically invade the child's bedroom and accuse the child of hiding something, whether it's food or pornography or a diary. You secretly are writing stuff about me, and you're going to, so it can manifest a lot of different ways. But there's this idea of just like at any moment I can be invaded if I don't protect myself somehow. So what the child learns early in life is that they don't have personal boundaries, and no one cares. No one's there for me. And so they have a lot of motivation to attenuate their mindfulness and their noticing of their own emotions, which has to do with noticing your own physical sensations. And so they will start to actively turn away from their emotions as a way of like, well, no one cares about my emotions, so if I don't feel my emotions and I don't notice my emotions, then I won't have to signal my emotions and be rejected. The other thing is that they're worried about being invaded, so if they were to accidentally reveal what they are thinking and feeling, then that gives that invasive person the ability to get them, that it opens the door a little bit so that the invasive person might, rush in and invade and control and harm. And so the child learns, I have to get rid of my emotions, and this is mostly unconscious, and I have to turn away from people. So they will isolate themselves, and they will believe, I mean, for the most part, and this is a pretty heavy asterisk on it, is that people with schizoid actually consciously think that they don't want relationships, but actually they do. And this is what really differentiates schizoid from the other isolated, lonely personality disorders like schizotypal or something, that with schizoid people, pre-treatment, pre-awareness, they will think that they actually don't want attachments and don't want connections, but they actually do. And there's a lot of theory here and a lot of research, and there's different consensi, if you will. But the general consensus is that people with schizoid deep down do have the normal amount of desire for connection and relationships, but they are defending against it because to feel that and to acknowledge that opens them up to being terribly disappointed and neglected and possibly harmed by other people. So
Man, I got so many parallels
adult
with this.
lifestyle of someone with schizoid personality is that
But I don't think
alone.
I'm
They
schizoid
think
at all.
that they are happy, but all of their emotions are subdued. They think of themselves as not having emotions. They will often think of themselves as being
Checking a lot of boxes,
sociopaths or
so
psychopathic, because that's the first thing that'll come up on the internet of someone that doesn't have emotion. But it'll be found if they do enter treatment, which is rare, but if they do, or if they just do some self-exploration, that they actually do have emotions. They're kind of proto-emotions because they haven't been developed or evolved because they haven't had any chance to have it be mirrored or attuned to or discovered. And so even with a lot of treatment, 20 years of treatment, someone with schizoid will still have kind of childish versions of the emotions, but at least, they're getting at the emotions. And we need to be connected with our emotions to know what our needs are, right? To know when we need to be hugged, or when we need to have freedom, or when we need to have peace, or whatever, or know we're hungry, or this sort of thing. And for people with schizoid, they can often become quite depressed because they're not in connection with their needs, and they're not meeting their needs. So they can become quite demoralized, and they're extremely lonely, obviously. So yeah, they're characterized as being a loner, as not showing emotion. They also will daydream a lot because they learned early in life that to escape the lack of stimulation from the outside is to create your own stimulation through daydreaming or through other kinds of vices, substances or other behavioral compulsions. They learned that the only way to have stimulation and any kind of pleasure, because they also lack pleasure in things, which can also make them look like they're depressed, and one could argue that they are, but is they can't interact with the world or other people to create those kinds of things. They have to create it on their own, and when they're a child, they turn inward. So that's that explanation of schizoid that I have.
Brilliant.
Oh, well,
mind-blowing. I'm now convinced that we have an epidemic of schizoid, probably subclinical schizoid things in like this community and on the internet as a whole. So like my mind was just blown. So I have so many thoughts. But first, two questions. I'm gonna have to restrain myself. So first thing is, well, you mentioned enmeshment, and my understanding of this is a little bit different. Definitely not my area of expertise. So you kind of talked about this like personal invasion of space, and you've got a diary and things like that. But like most of when I've dealt with enmeshment, I may not even be using the term right, but it is almost like an emotional blending, right? So some amount of parentification of the child or infantilization of the parent. Does that qualify for this pattern as well?
It's a type, right? So one type of enmeshment would be parentification, yeah.
Yeah, so but does that correlate with schizoid, or are we talking about a different kind of enmeshment?
It could. Parentification and those more classic types of enmeshments anecdotally isn't as common with schizoid. It's more of brief moments and non-classical types of enmeshment where the parent just doesn't respect the boundaries of the child, like the child's personal space, the child's emotional space, the child's privacy. So that could be parentification, but parentification probably would have more involvement and more contact with the parent, right? And with schizoid, the dominant feature is that they're emotionally being pushed away. And sometimes it's because the parents are good people and good parents, but they're going through things like they're depressed, or a medical emergency or a chronic medical problem, or war stress, or something, economic problems. So it can, but the lesson that the 2-year-old learns is the same. They don't understand that their parents love them, but yet are struggling with depression. They just think there's no one loves them, and there's no point in turning to anybody.
Okay, so it really is more of that it sounds like it's more like that random, heavily invasive, kind of like meteor out of the sky, kind of like just very severe. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned the phrase proto-emotion. Can you help me understand what that means?
Yeah. So when a 3-year-old has, shall we say, empathy or compassion for a sibling or a parent or a puppy, it is not easily understood by them. They don't have the ability to differentiate from the feeling and look at it. They maybe don't know how to manage the feeling in a way that is appropriate to the situation and meets their needs and doesn't invade other people's needs, or if they feel an injustice and they feel angry about something, like a 3-year-old that is not given that second cookie, they feel like there's an injustice and they, throw a tantrum. They don't have the ability to say, well, I feel like there's an injustice, but let's look at this. Or I feel angry in this moment and I want to punch a wall, but I'm a 7-year-old now and I've learned that that's not okay. So for someone that has been putting off and denied their opportunity to learn their emotions and understand them forwards and backwards and be able to differentiate from them, when they discover them at the age of 35, they are just beginning that process and will have a proto-awareness, but also the feeling, I see this in my clients, and I extremely rarely will minorly experience this, but I do remember enough about my very early childhood to remember that emotions almost felt different when I was very, very young. They were unbridled, they were all encompassing, and I think more complicated in some ways, more confusing, overwhelming. And so when I have clients, for whatever reason, are emerging into their body and emotions later in life, the way that they display and report their emotion, in the way that I word it, is proto-emotion, but I'm guessing there's other terms for it. But the reason why I will say that is because for clients, they often can be quite alarmed if they are experiencing these emotions and will compare themselves to other people and say, there's something wrong with me. Why are my emotions like this when other people report their emotions like this? They're my age. And so I, will have them pump the brakes and say, like, you're experiencing proto-emotion. And so we have to go through those steps before it can feel more handleable. So, yeah.
Yeah, super cool. So, like, I heard so many things there that I think really honestly blew my mind. So I want to tell you about the prototypical healthy gamer. Now, I think that this isn't actually true of the majority of people. It's honestly the minority of people. So when we started out, with this community, I was predominantly thinking about younger versions of myself. So kind of failed out of college and was sort of like lost in life, and then went to India and then found myself. We can talk about that if you want to. And so what I was sort of realizing is what I really needed more than anything else was some degree of guidance, some degree of like understanding of like how I work, how some of these things work. And you're describing the blend of things that I think I experience and I think a lot of people in our community experience. So like this sort of, not so much the neglect and enmeshment, but some of the more later manifestations, right? So the more symptomatic manifestations as opposed to the roots. So the first is kind of like turning away from your emotions. So we deal a lot with alexithymia in this community. It's like a major, major focus of the work that we do. Second thing is this sort of vague demoralization depression. So I take kind of like a more spiritual perspective on it. But I like the way that you kind of describe this like general depression or demoralization that doesn't quite look like a mood disorder, right? It's much more chronic. It's a much more dysthymia kind of picture. So much more chronic, kind of life has, the zest isn't there in life. So it's not that I'm depressed. It's just that since I'm numbing all of my emotions, and when I numb my emotions, I can't selectively numb my negative ones. I have to turn it all down, right? So then these people aren't like depressed in the sense that they're between -50 and -100. They have a very constricted range of affect. So their capacity for enjoyment is very low. And so it's not necessarily that I'm depressed because of this. It's just that life feels kind of empty and bland and whatever, right? So this demoralization, depression, and alexithymia picture is something that we do a lot of work on. Then it's really interesting because daydreaming and maladaptive daydreaming, and I would even extend that out a little bit into like random things like a love for anime. So what I tend to find is that these people will, in the absence of this natural connection to your emotions, we require some kind of artificial or hyper stimulating response to get that out of us.
Mhm.
So I've talked with people in our community who just like, in anime, I don't know if you watch anime, but there's like overexpression. It's like overstimulation of emotion, right? It's like when someone is yelling, they're not just yelling regularly. There's like these lines that are moving behind them. I don't know what to describe it, but there's all this like lines moving behind you.
Beat
and then, like,
lines.
their eyes are gigantic and then there's tears coming out of them. And so like there's almost like this hunger for a hyperactive emotion because that's what it takes to overcome the
I'm into anime.
dampening effect within me.
Yeah, I never saw it this way, and I'm thinking of a lot of clients and others who absolutely are candidates for this analysis that you're putting forth.
Yeah, and so we see this, right, because we will deal with things like technology addiction, but when I work with people who are like addicted to technology, I find these kinds of things, a predisposition for daydreaming. There's also other random connections, like maladaptive daydreaming may be a subtype of ADHD, and you get lost in the daydreaming because you lack that executive function, that attentional control, right?
It's a lot of
there's also,
overlap.
people with ADHD, there's a subtype that may be an emotional dysregulation subtype. So when you have this attentional, like inability to control your attention, a daydream that has some soothing psychological effect, and some weird stuff going on in your negative emotional circuitry with numbing or whatever, like you kind of create this daydreaming picture. And so it's just really interesting because there's kind of like this like prototypical person in our community who's like really intelligent, really capable, is trying to navigate life, but seems to like not have access to a compass. They don't know what they're doing. They're kind of going through the motions. They're demoralized. That's a great word. They're not necessarily depressed. It's not like they have trouble getting out of bed every day. Some of them do, but like, it's like, I don't understand what the point is. So like life is kind of this shade of gray. And it's really interesting because what you kind of describe in terms of the traumatic upbringing, I think we see shades of that too. Their upbringing wasn't necessarily frank abuse, but there was some degree of neglect, single parent household, a couple of adverse childhood experiences.
And it's more and more and
And
more.
I've never thought about it in this way because I just don't know. I mean, we are taught in avoidant personality disorder, the training that I got was that these people, like something is busted in them and they don't actually crave relationships. But I wouldn't say that my training in the area was very strong or things like that, right? But like I think if you look at even things like, I don't know if the DSM says that these people deep down crave relationships or not. I don't think that's like a part of what I would imagine we would find in the DSM for them. But it makes sense because all human beings do.
Right.
And then the last kind of like thing that you're kind of is really like popping in my head is this idea of a loner, right? Is that everyone says I should have relationships, but I just don't really care for them. And then if we really want to go far out into left field, this is a less tight of a correlation. It's more of a question in my mind. So I think a lot of this stuff maps on very heavily with a lot of what we see. And the last thing is actually some of this stuff around red pill culture, black pill culture.
Black pill, I haven't heard of that one.
So I think it's people who are just very, very demoralized and don't believe that success is even viable. Right? So it's just very, very dejected.
Okay. Life is meaningless.
So yeah, I think they're quite nihilistic. But
so
not even that life is meaningless. It's that I don't think life is meaningless. I think it's that life is meaningful for some people, but I'm not one of those people. I don't have access to that dimension of meaning, joy, success, love.
Yeah, right. People with schizoid will look at others and go, how do they do that? How do they enjoy things? I wish I could enjoy things. It looks nice. Or are they faking it? What's wrong with people? They feel there's a separation, there's a difference there. Yeah.
So I think there's also a lot of subjective experience of like, am I a robot? Right. And so I think we see that a lot where people also say like, oh, am I a sociopath because I don't feel things? So like a lot of this is tracking with stuff that I've encountered. I've just never viewed it through that lens. So that's super fascinating. So in terms of what is the process of working with these people?
Yeah. So the corrective experience, the therapy, the treatments is among, the consensus among specialists is that it involves awareness and it involves understanding emotion and getting in touch with that, which is a whole thing. Sometimes this is framed as connection with the self or a sense of self, which I could talk a lot about, but that is getting to know your body, getting to know your emotions, asking yourself, what do I need? What do I feel? What do I want? And then also having a relationship with a secure other, ongoing, dedicated, caring, attentive, attuned individual, therapist maybe, or a friend or a spouse or something, who is safe and there and pays attention and might be, so this is the countertransference transference problem with schizoid clients, is that I will feel a urge to, what I would say is draw them out, right? Because I want them to
You as a therapist.
Yeah, me as a therapist. I'll try to draw them out so that I can show them that it's safe to be in the world, to spread their wings. But if I don't watch it, I will be invasive like their parents were. I will reenact that because of the nature of the situation, and through their projective identification and their transference, they're actually seducing me into a reenactment.
There's so many things that can go wrong in therapy.
They'll come out of their shell, and then they'll start running away. And consciously, they think they're actually doing the right thing and doing therapy, but also like going at their own pace. But what that does is it creates these moments where I'm chasing, right? And I might even become frustrated. I might even become angry, and I might feel rejected. And I might start to, if I don't notice it, I might actually go on the attack. And so this is why when you have schizoid and you start to interact, or you have moderate schizoid and you have mild relationships that you're trying to work on, you can actually create these dynamics where the other person will feel neglected and harmed and rejected, pushed away, and the other person will feel an inducement to invade, which will just recreate this whole thing. And then that's why, like with borderline, they assume that everyone is going to abandon them, and so they react against those people, and then those people do abandon them. And so it's the same with schizoid. But the corrective experience is for me to manage that as well as possible over time, so that they feel that, okay, he's close to me and he cares, but he's not a threat, and he lets me have my space when I need that space, because the schizoid is trying to protect their space and their integrity. And so it's rare for schizoid people to go to therapy because they don't think there's anything wrong with them in that way.
Or they think it's something that therapy can't help.
Right. They're of the personality disorders, they're one that would believe, like, why would I do that? It doesn't fit. Whereas people with borderline are much more likely to go to therapy because they are more dependent on other people anyway. So, but if they do enter therapy, then I have to navigate it so diligently. It's really hard. It's at any moment they can just say, therapy's not for me, and just drop it. So I have to draw them out and be in contact, but not make them feel like I'm invading, and not pay too much attention to them because that is associated with invasion and eventual harm. But I can't neglect them. So it's really hard. Personality disorder work is really hard. And a lot of my trainees, when they encounter someone with a personality disorder for the first time, will have a moment of crisis where they come to me and they're just, their initial complaint will be more on the surface of, like, I have this client who just doesn't seem to be working hard in therapy, and it's really annoying me. And then we talk through it, and like, oh, it kind of sounds like schizoid. And then I say, if you're going to be a real therapist, you're going to have to get into the mud, and it's not going to feel good to you. I don't know what you thought being a therapist was going to feel like, but this is the meat and potatoes of therapy, is this work, and it's going to feel like shit.
So I think, Dr. Honda, you seem like an amazing therapist to me, and I'm not. I have to express that. I was debating about whether I want to say that because that'll start this mutual whatever we're into. but I also think if anyone is wondering, so I think what you just described is such a great representation and advertisement for therapy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the first thing is, like, a lot of people will ask, like, I don't understand what talking about my problems does. So this is what I want y'all to understand. This is what a good therapist does. Mm-hmm. It's not just talking about your problems. It's about understanding that in your mind, there are all kinds of reactions that are going on. Even if with avoidant PD, and I think I've worked with people, I never realized I think they had avoidant PD. But I would say that, I developed a kind of like personal technique because I wasn't sure what it was. So the way I would describe it is I would sit next to them and I would eat with them, almost like parallel play. So I'm not looking at you, because if I look at you and I notice you, if I see you and you're trying to hide and you're not ready to be seen, you crave being seen because you want to be accepted, but being seen is dangerous. So I kind of have to I kind of got to side eye you a little bit. Like, I can't look directly at you.
Yeah.
And this is the real challenge, is that I think a lot of people don't realize what how transformative a good therapist can be, because there are all these things where if you push too hard, and this also is something that I want everyone to kind of take away, is even this reenactment business is like pure gold. Right? So this idea that human beings will do something to trigger you to do something. It's not quite manipulative, but I think a really good example of this is one of my favorite papers is one called The Hateful Patient. I don't know if you've ever read it, but
Winnicott.
Yeah. Oh, is Hateful Patient Winnicott?
If I'm thinking of the same one, 1949, Donald Winnicott. The hateful
I
patient.
was thinking about it. Maybe it's an allusion to Winnicott then. So I was thinking about a more recent one by Jim Groves. But
Okay.
Anyway, maybe I didn't. Maybe I need to read
I'll
the
go
original.
to it while you're talking so that I can just be reassured.
It makes sense if it was Winnicott, but
yeah. Let's see. Hate in the Countertransference is the name of the famous paper. Sorry. So
yeah. So I think Hateful Patient is Jim Groves.
Okay.
Also a great read. So I think he talks about like sometimes doctors will have patients who are help seeking, help rejecting.
Mm-hmm.
So like you may have people in your life like this who are like, oh, I need help, I need help, I need help. And so they induce you to help them. But the moment that you try to help them, they become like a stubborn mule and you're yanking on it and the mule doesn't want to move. And it really frustrates you. And then like I don't know like why I try to help this person. And then they push you away and then you feel frustrated and then they do something to make you feel guilty and then you're back to helping them. That's how they induce the help-seeking behavior, right? So there are all of these dynamics that are going on within all of us all the time. This is how the brain and the mind work. And you have, like, my experience of therapy has been that, most people, myself included, as the one who's doing the therapy, have no idea what, I mean, we have some idea, but, I've seen outcomes that I would not have expected the first time I sit down with a patient. When I do an intake, I have no idea the progress that we're going to make, the directions that we're going to go. And it's all this kind of stuff. Just how thoughtful you have to be as a therapist, how much, if I try to help this person too much, they're not even going to realize, they're going to say, this isn't for me. I'm not getting anything out of this. And so you have to play like 5D, 4D, 5D, 6D chess, right? You have to think about, okay, how is this person going to respond to this? And the reason that we're so quiet is because we're processing all the time. We're thinking about, what is this person feeling? What does this person need? What am I feeling? Am I saying this because I need something? How much do I push this person? And if I push this person too much, am I enabling them? Am I actually taking the responsibility away from them? What is the right amount of help? And so I really love the way that you kind of described that. I don't know how much people got from it, but I think that's like this whole idea of the right amount of pushing. And then calibrating that. And it's not like there is a right amount or a wrong amount. It all depends on the individual.
Yeah. You can't prescribe it. You can't plan for it. You have to intuit it in the moment. And when I teach this to my students, I tell them, I'm sorry, I can't tell you what to do. You have to just absorb and experience and iterate on your form and your intuition. And in the moment, you have to just make a call based on all of it coalescing into a motivation to do something. And the other aspect to the 4D chess is you yourself, I myself as a therapist, have my own relational traumas that I'm reenacting with the client, that I'm inducing them to agree with, and I'm recreating with them. And I have to keep an eye on that too, because it doesn't feel good to be rejected. And I have rejected trauma, as a lot of people do. And so when a client rejects me subtly, I'm going to become a little unglued. And if I don't keep an eye on that as well, then that will become a problem, as it inevitably does at times. But, if the overall experience is monitored and managed well, then, me and the client, go down the road together.
Makes perfect sense. So I want to just be a little bit cognizant of time. So we have somewhere between 5 and 20 minutes left.
Okay.
Howard, does that work for you?
Yeah.
So I'm going to rely on you to guide me on how you think we should spend that. So I'll toss out 3 options if you're okay with it.
Sure.
One is, I want to ask you about spirituality, but that's purely selfish. Second thing is that I think you've developed a really great framework. And what I was thinking about doing, I've been taking notes. What I was thinking about doing is actually like pulling up like a screen sharing app of my iPad, and then I would kind of write things out, and we would kind of leave people with like a nice like packaged, because I love the framework with which you approach personality disorders, and we could kind of like reconstruct it a little bit. What is the trauma? What does it look like? The third thing that we can do, we had some posts and stuff to react to, but I just couldn't break myself away from the conversation. And the third thing, which may be a good idea, is we can ask questions, or we can open things up for questions, and we can field questions. What do you think we should do?
Questions.
I'm open to anything. The spirituality conversation intrigues me, and then the Q&A sounds like some people might have questions. So,
okay, so I'm going to ask chat real quick. So, like, what do y'all? So, do you guys want? So, there's a sentiment that we should do this again. Okay, but it looks like most people. Oh, this is tough. Okay, so most people, it seems like, are voting for spirituality, and keep in mind. Oh God.
What's happening?
There's conflict
among people in the chat.
Yeah, so people feel very strongly about spirituality and the framework. So here's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking that the framework, maybe what we can do, I think most people are suggesting spirituality. So
we can do the framework another time. I mean,
I was thinking about even with a little bit more formal prep, I think the framework could be super, super strong, right? So like in, actually, you know what? I'm going to do the framework. We're going to do the framework in 5 minutes, and then does that work?
Yeah, I'm curious.
I'm so conflicted, but okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I kind of have been doing it, so let me hold on a second. So we're going to do this.
I always have an impulse to do this as a whiteboard-oriented professor, and I fantasize about doing this. So I'm curious how you're going to do it.
Tell me about your fantasies. Okay, so here's what
styluses. What does that mean, Freud? Are you going to use a stylus? Because sometimes I worry because with mouse, I'm always like.
Oh no, I'm going to use a stylus. It's more phallic. Okay, so when we're looking at avoidant PD, okay, so the first thing is that we're going to have a certain kind of trauma. So the trauma is going to be neglect plus forced social situations plus lack of attunement.
It can be classic abuse as well, like physical abuse and other kinds of abuse.
Plus minus abuse.
Yeah.
Fair enough?
So, yeah.
Okay.
Forced. I mean, I would say terrifying social situations is probably more precise, because you can force a child and they could enjoy it, but there has to be some level of terror. Like, and lack of attunement,
Okay. Terrifying social situations. And then this creates essentially I'm going to use the word complex. I'm not quite sure what to call it. So like in the moment, what is the root issue? So, and I was going to put perception up here at the top, but I'm going to put perception down here.
Okay.
And the reason for that is, okay, no, you know what? We're going to stick with yours for now.
I mean, it's all kind of in the same category. It's the schema that's developed. It's the defense or the way of predicting the world that the child develops.
So I think that I'm going to go and stick with perception, because that's the framework that we talked about today, right? So the perception is that I am fundamentally broken, and other people can see. Okay. So now what happens? I think if we look at schizoid.
And by the way, people wonder how to pronounce schizoid or schizoid. None of us know.
Yeah, I'm using. I used to say schizoid until an expert on personality disorders showed up on stream about an hour and a half ago and said schizoid. So that's the way I'm going to say it now.
Yeah.
So we see also neglect. Okay.
Yeah.
And then plus, let's call it intermittent.
Yeah, that's a better
intense invasiveness. Plus, minus automaton or pet style upbringing.
So I'm checking all the boxes here in terms of upbringing.
I think it's really interesting because
all of them in the schizoid.
Neglect is a feature of both, and then plus a different thing results in a different perception. So the perception in schizoid is what exactly?
Is that my emotions are unwelcomed by me, because if I feel them, I have to realize that no one cares, and if I signal, I'll get rejected. And also, if I signal, then it gives the other a chance to get into me, which I can't allow, so I have to turn.
Wow, what the hell!
Briefly,
yeah. So
that is hell.
Yeah. So I think that's more what I understand is the pathophysiology of it, right? But I think the perception is like. That's kind of why I'm trying to work this, because this is a subjective feeling.
No one is there for me.
No one is there for me.
And my emotions.
Also, can I add something to that?
Yeah, please.
I don't need anyone.
Yep. Right. So some people with schizoid can develop a bit of narcissism, what will look like narcissism. Not always, but that they feel superior to others,
Right. So, and then I think there's also like some amount of, as we've said, like demoralization. And then
I checked the boxes for the perception as well.
The enemy.
Yeah.
And then furthermore, the reason for that is that people can use them as.
This emotion is the enemy. I had that
right? You said that there's
very much back
that
then.
they're afraid of.
Yeah, I mean the metaphor
I might have
use is
been
that it puts the
having a
dog
lot of
before a dog
schizoid
so that someone
or
can
schizoid
burst in.
tendencies earlier.
Beautiful. Right, and then you were also alluding to not just emotions as they relate to other people, but in your experience, do these people
I
have a
cured
perception
myself.
of
It's
their
crazy,
own emotions?
but it took me 10 years.
Not just in terms of a weak point, but like how do they relate to their own emotions?
Well, it evolves over time. When they're very young, which they might not remember, they consider them a nuisance and they don't like them. They're quite confused by them. And they create pain, essentially. Emotions, even joy, is pain, because to feel joy and to show joy only results in pain. It only results in rejection and loneliness and an acknowledgement of, wow, no one is there for me. So early
been
on,
through all of that.
emotions equal pain, but later on, because of the effectiveness of the defenses, emotions are just not there to them. So they don't really have.
Or so the perception is also emotionally numb.
Yeah, numb. Or I just don't have them. You know, I'm not capable of them. Yeah.
Or perception of sociopathy, or I'm a robot.
Right, because in order to have empathy, in terms of the classic form, you have to feel someone else's feelings. You know, when you were talking about being bullied, I felt the the injustice and had my own way of dealing with it. You know, and had an emotional feeling and then a reaction. That's one form of empathy. But if you're cut off from your own emotions, then you don't feel your emotions that are triggered by other people's emotions. So it can feel like you don't have empathy. You know, you have the capacity for empathy if you would take notice and connect with your feelings, but you aren't given the opportunity to do so. So it's tempting to conclude that you're a psychopath.
Yeah, I think that's so. I like the way that you walk us through that, because from a subjective experience, I think it describes really well what a lot of people, why they can, exactly what you said. So I think this is a strong, really resonating subjective kind of experience. And the last thing that I didn't want to leave out was kind of social anxiety. And I think, like you were saying, the key thing there is that there's some degree of, when calm, insight into the wrongness of your thoughts, right? And sure, lots of asterisks. They're definitely along the similar spectrum from avoidant personality disorder. But people with avoidant PD really, they're convinced that they're this way, right? So it's a little bit deeper. It's a little bit
Pre-awareness, pre-treatment.
Yeah.
They're completely convinced. Yeah.
And with social anxiety, like, people have, and here's my understanding, they have some degree of maybe less severe traumatic upbringing. They have a period of arguably more normal development.
Yeah, probably more attunement. You know, maybe similar difficult social experiences, but they had parents that were attuned enough of the time.
Right. So I think when I'm hearing you say that, what I'm interpreting is that attunement protects them from the rawness of the abyss. If you're loved enough and your parents are supported enough, you don't think there's a fundamentally broken thing. But as we move more towards the surface of symptoms and stuff like that, the difference is, people with social situations are scary, right? They all agree with that. Social situations are stressful. Avoidant PD and social anxiety agree with that as well. But as we kind of go deeper and deeper in, like at this deep level, people with social anxiety don't quite feel quite as fundamentally broken or unsolvable, based on my understanding of how you've described avoidant PD.
As it relates to the social anxiety, because you could have a fundamental sense of brokenness that is unrelated to the social anxiety, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so BPD with social anxiety, for example, fundamentally unlovable, abandonment is inevitable.
Right. For the avoidant personality, the social anxiety generates from that sense of defect. Yeah.
Okay, so that's So the social anxiety comes out of the blackness within, and if it comes out in this way, then we call that avoidant PD. And now we've stopped summarizing, and we started re-exploring. So, but
professors must have loved the shit out of you, because you retain and can summarize like better than I think professors can. You must have been really loved by your teachers.
I mean, I think you did yeah, sure. I mean, some teachers liked me, but I think you honestly, your framework is like awesome, dude. So like, I don't think people teach it this way. So, and I mean, I had wonderful teachers. I don't think they were bad or anything. It's just especially with Avoidant PD and Schizoid PD, it's just not something we see quite as much, right? So I got excellent training in Cluster B. And you know, but like the place that I trained has a unit for like borderline personality disorder. We don't have a unit for
Yeah, it's one of those things that I lament. A lot of my career as a professor, therapist, and podcaster is trying to provide people with what I wish I was provided regarding this topic and others.
Yeah.
Because
Also
personality
protecting
disorders-
me from my bullies.
That makes you a great teacher. When you understand what you were
one
lacking,
bully at a time.
what you want from
Because
others to
once
have taught you.
I understood personality disorders, and especially when I started reading that people have been understanding personality disorders for over 100 years, so this isn't new. And I once I understood, I was like, oh, it's so useful. This is so helpful.
Yeah.
Because the most difficult clients, and frankly, the most difficult family members, are those with, at least on the spectrum, personality disorders, and it explains so much. And once you get it, it's just so helpful. And if you suffer from one of these things when you're provided with this framework, it's so liberating to people. Like, oh my God, you know?
Yeah.
Like when people find the subreddit for avoidant personality disorder or schizoid personality disorder, they're just like, I have this and I'm not happy about it, but I'm so glad that I have a label for this and that you all have been talking about. It's, you know, it's important. And the way that it's often taught in graduate school is there's like a module on all the personality disorders, and it's this very surface level explanation by someone that doesn't really understand personality disorders themselves, because they have to understand the entire DSM.
Yeah.
And they just kind of glance over it, and you leave the class with an A and you think you get it when you don't.
Really well said. So I think they're just so, I mean, our clinical training is oftentimes just so dominated by acuity, right? And so we focus so much on suicidality and some of these like very, very like mania and things like that, or at least mine was. But, and so totally get it. And that's why I really appreciated your perspective on it, because I think you really do break it down in a very simple way. One or two kind of last thoughts. One is I wanted to just show you something real quick. You know, you were talking about people with, speaking of subreddits, this was on the Avoidant PD subreddit. I don't know if you've seen this post, but if you have avoidant personality disorder, this is what your schedule looks like.
Right. Yeah, and people will literally schedule it sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, at best, honestly, because they recognize, well, no use beating around the bush, because I might as well set aside the time. Because if they rush into the meeting not having psyching themselves up, that can make it worse. You know, prep can actually help. You know what I mean? It's not where you want to end up. You know, this is not where we're saying, okay, that's the end of the road, but it's better than, you know, just flying into a meeting without any kind of prep, and or at the last minute not showing up because you make an excuse as to why you're not going to go, and then you get fired or whatever, you know. But yeah, that's pretty funny post.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Dr. Honda. You know, I really love this. I think I know people were hungry for spirituality. I'm hungry for it too. It's a big part of our community for some people, but we're not like, you know, it's we start with really science and clinical perspectives.
I love talking about spirituality whenever I get a chance. I like to ask questions. I'd love to ask you questions about your belief and your journey.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the other reason I sort of called an audible there, even though I think probably more than 50% of people wanted spirituality, is I felt like if we got into it, we wouldn't have enough time.
Yeah.
And so and this framework is just too good to pass up. Like it's the best simplification that feels really true to the clinical perspective as well as the subjective experience. It's really cool. So I just wanted to kind of tee that up. But thank you so much for coming. Before you head out, do you want to tell us once again where we can find you? You know, what kind of work
I hope they do part 2 with the spirituality, because now I'm intrigued as well.
That's me.
And Dr. Honda runs an awesome podcast.
Part of me says it's all woo.
Kinds of things. Really churns out a lot of stuff. Everything
karma and stuff.
So can definitely get more of what we saw here today.
I feel myself being victim of karma
on personality
daily.
disorders, as well as he does a lot of awesome React content. So like I think does a really fantastic job of taking things that we are all watching and taking all of this knowledge and information and filtering it through a relatively entertaining React piece to like something like Love is Blind, and you're going to learn a lot about.
We're going to have to check out Love is Blind.
Theory. I know we didn't talk about that, but like I think a lot of the stuff that is really relevant to people. So definitely check out Dr. Honda.
Well, I want to speak to you and to your audience.
Oh, it's a Netflix.
Say that I am very honored.
Oh, it's one of these.
I'm happy that I didn't, at least in my mind, make a complete fool out of myself like I was worrying about this morning. And I know that you are doing so much good work and helping so many people. And you know, you could stop all of it today and sleep well for the rest of your life, given just how much good that you've done and how much education you've given and how many lives you've transformed.
Word.
And, you know, there's a lot of things you could have done with your life. And you decided to give and to help and, you know, and put yourself at risk, you know, put yourself in the crosshairs of stuff, which happens at times.
Yeah, I wish I was
and, you know,
in that
I just
position.
wanna, you know,
Thank you so
thank
much,
you for
Dr.
doing
Hunter. That means a lot from someone who's been in the field and, you know, for such a long time. And I think your opinion matters a lot to me. I think it carries a lot of weight. So I'm grateful for that. So thank you so much.
Sure.
And until next time, I guess.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All right.
Hey, y'all. Hope you enjoyed today's video. We talk about a bunch of topics like this on the channel, so
That
be
was
sure to
great.
subscribe for more. If you're already subscribed, GG, and we'll see you in chat.
GG. Give me another insight of to who I was and who I am nowadays. How messed up all of this foundation I got was. And then through puberty and everything, I believe I was a candidate for schizoid. But yeah, never stop learning. It was a great one. Thank you for watching, guys. I think that's it for today. I'm tired as AF and it's already giga late. So, thank you for watching. And tomorrow we're gonna play The Last of Us. And so many games, so many good games right now. Last of Us, Red Dead Redemption, cool. So cool. Wish you a great night. If I don't see you guys, I wish you the best weekend. And then Monday, we're probably gonna be able to work out again. So my face is ultra itchy today, as you can see. I had to scratch. But, whatever. That means it's healing, right? So the pus has stopped. The day before yesterday and yesterday, I had to like wipe it off every half an hour to an hour. There would always be something stuck here, just running down the cheeks, but it has greatly stopped today, but therefore it's beginning to itch a lot. So anyway, so like once the scabs are gone, probably by Monday, hopefully by Monday. If not, I'm just gonna do some light stuff on Monday so that I don't sweat too much in the face. And then we can work out again. And then it was a 1 week break of working out, so I'm gonna be coming back juicy and strong as a F dude. That also means I'm gonna have I'm gonna be very sore after training. Looking forward to that. Other than that, we are currently on a 2 weeks regimen of pain medication, taking Ibu 600s 2 times a day. Currently, my doctor said I'm supposed to take them 4 times a day. That is a lot. But also I'm taking psychoactive medication now. Primarily for the nerve damage, but they do act on my GABA receptors. So they are working for, I guess you can say, depression and anxiety. So I'll take it. It's day 2 now. In 2 weeks, they are supposed to kick in. I'm supposed to take like 1 every week, every day. And then taper down and increase the whatever. I'll talk about it some else time. I'm not understanding it myself currently. But that is it, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and